I would say that it is so amazing that it's almost like the only set of people that are not interested in Africa is Africans. And I'm sure that if you're not looking, you will not see. You might not really understand the context of what I'm saying, because when you look at your social media, when you look at your mass media space, there's so much, the opposite of love for country is what you find there. And when you are able to interact with people that see the gold in Africa, now I don't mean literal gold, I mean both literal gold and metaphorically speaking, the value in Africa, you will see how much invested they are in coming here, while we are so much invested in going out. Now, I'm not speaking about relocating or migration and all of that. I'm just saying that the requisite investment that you require to develop your own sometimes is just missing. And if we're to hand over a legacy to our next generation that we will be proud of, we cannot continue in this terrain. And that's the context of why we're here today. I am immensely grateful for every single person that has made time out of their busy schedule to be here at this time. This is not a signal in whatsoever. In terms of numbers, this is not a signal in any way. The impact is what is very, very important. So we will make sure that we work within the time splits that we've said, that we will end this event by, or lunch will be served by 3, and after lunch, that's the end of the event. So this is just an inaugural event to precipitate the need for a national discourse, that we cannot continue in a flight mode. You know, there are 3 parasympathetics response to threat. So you either flight, you flight, you flee, you fight, or you freeze. When your nervous system experiences any form of threat, or in terms of bacteria, or okay, so then let me use nervous system. Let me use real life. Anytime you find yourself in a situation where you feel under threat or you feel threatened, you're going to do 3 things. You're either going to fight, you're either going to run, which is flee, or you're going to freeze. That's a state of comatose. You do nothing. And I think that for a long period of time, I have seen so many more people fleeing and freezing, very less people fighting. So when I used the word army when I started, I knew what I was saying. We just need to contend for what is ours. And I thank you so much for joining us today. We will not take much of your time. I enjoin you to please wait till the end of the event, and so we can also hear you out. And I want to believe that we would have, by the end of this event, exchanged value so much so that when we go back to our nucleus, we will be able to make a significant difference. Thank you for coming. I have immense respect for everyone seated here and your time. God bless you. At this moment, I want to call Mr. Razak of Marriott Hotel to come and give us a health and safety tip. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me be up here so that. Welcome to Marriott Hotel Ikeja. My name is Abdul Razak. I want to assure you we've put in place world-class facilities to ensure your safety during the course of the event. We are not going to have a fire drill today, so when the emergency alarm sounds, it's a real emergency situation. But I'll need you to stay calm. All the doors in here are emergency exit, as you can see them, the signs, and they all lead to the emergency muster point, which happens to be at the main gate. So peradventure you find yourself in any of our floors, please do not make use of the elevator. We have staircases A, B, and C. And like I said, they all lead to the emergency muster points. We have our emergency response team that will be readily available if they need to do so. And here we have 2 locations for our restroom when nature calls. One is very close by here. I don't know, maybe some of you came up from the car park. There's one very close by here. You don't need to go that far. There's one over there too. So, and here we have a slogan: see something, say something. We don't will have been happier if you have your tags on so that we know who is supposed to be in here. You know, it's a public place. Anybody can just walk in here, and so I'll need you to take care of your phones, your tablets, your bags. Please don't leave them unattended to, and any of your tech devices, please. And if you find anybody that's so suspicious and you're not comfortable with, please walk up to us and we'll do the needful. And we are not praying for this. If there's an emergency for health issues, we have Duchess International. It's a 2-minute drive from here, but I'm afraid it will be on your bill. So I think I don't want to bore you with my exercise. Do you have any questions? Yeah. Where exactly? Staircase. What I mean by, if you find yourself in a guest floor, you know, I don't know, some of us might decide to explore and you're on the floor. So when the alarm sounds, I will need you to, we have staircase there. Here, you don't need to take any staircase. That's the emergency exit, and these are the 2. So, any other questions? So, in the absence of none, I want to say a very big thank you for the patronage, and enjoy your day.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for walking us through the short safety tips and housekeeping rules. Thank you very much. So please, we enjoin everyone to be careful with your belongings. Make sure that you have your things together. It doesn't mean that there are thieves here, but anyways, we have to always prepare for the best and the opposite of the best. Thank you very much again, sir. Please put your hands together for him, because without people like this, we won't have a seamless, flow or seamless event. We will just have chaos everywhere. Thank you again, sir. We will be moving on to the next agenda for today, and we have a particular generation. Is it a generation Alpha now or Generation Z? Generation Alpha or Generation Z? Alpha. So are you a Gen Alpha? You're what now? You're Gen Z, right? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So we'll be inviting Chrisland High School. We have 2 beautiful ladies from Chrisland High School. These ladies are in the range of SS1 to SS3, and they would be presenting some spoken words to us about, Africa, like reorienting Africans to make sure that we have the Africa that we all dream and want in this world. We have their educator with us. Is Miss Arome Achenyo here? I think she stepped out. Okay. Oh, hello, ma'am. Hello, thank you so much. Thank you for prepping the learners. So she's the educator. She's an English teacher, and she's also an elocutionist. Oh, okay. Am I eloquent? You think so, right? Yeah, let the world know.
You've been doing so well.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so we have these 2 beautiful ladies in person. We have Chidera Unziwu and we have Idara Essien, and they'll be spending the next 15 to 20 minutes doing some interesting spoken word. So you know how people think spoken words are cliche? Like you go to one place, they dim the lights and it's all, oh, it's this, and then they go with one high pitch, and then they come back down, and it's like everybody says, and then they are snapping their fingers and stuff. I think we should listen with like intent, like listen intentionally, and let's have this beautiful ladies. Who is going first? Who's going first? You. Okay. Please go ahead. Take it off. Please put your hands together for them again. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good day, everyone. From Chrisland High School, Ikeja, my name is Unzi Chidera, and here with me is Esiani Dara, doing a spoken words presentation on the topic, Reorienting Africans to Embrace Collective Values for Societal Development. Ladies and gentlemen, can we just pause for a moment? Pause and think. Let the rhythm of our thoughts flow. Look around. What do we see? What are we becoming? A society once bound by unity, now broken by division. In our hands, the tools for progress, yet in our hearts, there is so much confusion. When did we lose the strength in we? When did the spirit of togetherness get overshadowed by greed? Why does it feel like we are building bridges only to burn them? Is this the future we dreamed of? Or is it just the one that we are drifting into? Let's reorient ourselves and look back to the wisdom of old, where family wasn't just the people you lived with, but everyone you knew. When community wasn't a place, but a mindset. It was a bond that grew. When we looked to the collective for success, not just the individual. When the triumph of one was the triumph of all, and the pains of one was shared among the rest. Yes, we have come a long way. We have built cities, we have birthed nations, but at what cost? At what separation? The values that once held us together now seem to be disappearing like sand through our fingers. How do we return to the heart of Africa, united, unshaken, and proud? I'm talking about more than just words. I'm talking about more than slogans, more than chants. This is about soul deep values. Values that give strength. Values that have the power to mend a broken nation. Values that have the power to unite the north to the south, the east to the west, from the smallest village to the tallest skyscraper. To rebuild our societies with our hands and with our hearts. They are the foundations of our society. They are the glue that binds us. They are the idea that no one stands alone. We rise or we fall together. They teach us empathy, trust, and respect. They remind us that we do not need to sacrifice our neighbor for our own personal gain. They are about lifting others up, not stepping on each other to rise higher. Now, let me ask you a couple of questions. What are you willing to give for the better good? Is it worth it to chase individual success while the collective are left in decay? Is it truly development if some are left behind? Is progress if it's only for a few? And can we build a better tomorrow for Africa when we do not even remember the roots of yesterday? Now look, we have seen nations who grew with division, but those nations who grew divided fell faster than they could reach their visions. And we have seen those who rose together reach heights unimaginable because they knew that one man's progress did not need to come at the cost of another man's struggle. Is that not what we want for Africa? Is that not what we want for our children, our grandchildren, and the generations to come? We cannot keep pretending that development is about building. No, it's about shaping our hearts and our minds. It's about aligning our actions with the belief that every person matters, that no one gets left behind in the dust of greed, corruption, and individualism. We need to raise the bar higher for ourselves. We need to dare to be better together. We need to treat each other with kindness and respect and invest in each other's growth. We need to live not just for self, but for the betterment of all. But how do we begin? Where do we start to heal the wounds of division and individualism? Well, it starts with us. Each and every one of us. It starts with the decisions we make when we get out of bed each morning. Will we judge each other by our worth or by our wealth? Will we measure success by how much we have or by how much we can give? It starts in our communities, in our homes, on our streets. It is a call to action, a revolution in the heart, a revolution that does not need to be loud. It doesn't need to shout. It's about living the change we want to see, making collective values the foundations of every decision in our policies, in our education, in our workplaces, on our streets. It's about the youth leading the charge, empowered by the knowledge that their unity and their voices can move mountains. It's about the leaders placing the welfare of the people above their own personal interests. It's about our elders teaching us that true wisdom does not fade with age, but guides the future. It's about entrepreneurs who innovate with a sense of community, understanding that true success is only success when you lift others up and no one is left behind. So, let us reorient our hearts. Let us return to a spirit of community, of collective strength. Let us remind ourselves that together we are a force like no other. We are not just individuals. We are a continent, a people, a future waiting to unfold. We are the builders of tomorrow. And tomorrow starts with us. And as we build, we need to remember that no one's progress is progress unless it is shared. No one's rise is meaningful unless it lifts others up as well. So let us build a better future for Africa together. But the big question is, are you ready?
I am Esied Idara. We stand on the soil of our ancestors, whose wisdom carved paths, now shrouded in the dust of progress. We are their children, but have we forgotten our roots? The roots of community, the roots of unity and collective strength. We have built empires on the backs of our unity. Our villages thrived on the warmth of shared meals. Our villages thrived on the wars that they fought. With nothing but the stars above, they knew the power of togetherness, of lifting one another. We rise as one. We stand so strong. Together, we will write a brand new song. From every heart, from every land, no matter where you're from, we will make our stand. No more division, no more fear. In our collective strength, we'll rise. We are here. But somewhere along the lines, we became fragmented, divided by borders we never drew. Whispers of competition overshadowing collaboration. Self before society. Success before service. It is time for a reawakening, a call for our collective consciousness to remember that we is stronger than me. We rise as one. We stand so strong. Together, we will write a brand new song. From every heart, from every land, in unity, we will make our stand. No more division, no more fear. In our collective strength, we will rise. We are here. Africa, it is time to embrace our values. We are more than the sum of our individual parts. We are the heartbeat of a continent that once birthed humanity. A continent that once thrived on the principles of Ubuntu. I am because we are. We rise as one. We stand so strong. Together, we will write a brand new song. From every heart, from every land, in unity, we will make our stand. No more division, no more fear. In our collective strength, we'll rise. We are here. From the hills of the Great Rift Valley to the shores of the Atlantic, the drumbeat of our unity must sound again. We must teach our children that community is strength, that in the spirit of collaboration, we build empires, not of stone, not empires of gold, but empires of the human heart. We rise as one. We stand so strong. Together, we will write a brand new song. From every heart, from every land, in unity, we will make our stand. No more division, no more fear. In our collective strength will rise. We are here. When the village thrives, the individual thrives. The collective rises, the nation stands. In the eye of our elders, we see the wisdom of shared purpose. In the eye of our youths, we find the promise of change. But only if we're able to embrace unity instead of division. Collaboration over isolation, sharing over hoarding, and community over individualism. We rise as one. We stand so strong. Together, we will write a brand new song. From every heart, from every land, in unity, we will make our stand. No more division, no more fear. In our collective strength will rise. We are here. Africa, I call to you, Africa. It is time to reorient our hearts, not to self, but to the whole. For the path to our collective future is built on the foundation of togetherness. Let us rise, Africa, not as isolated individuals, but as a continent, united by a purpose, bounded by love, bounded by care, bounded by the promise that we will rise. We rise as one. We stand so strong. Together, we will write a brand new song. From every heart, from every land, in unity, we will make our stand. No more division, no more fear. In our collective strength will rise. We are here. We rise as one. We stand so strong. Together, we will write a brand new song. From every heart, from every land, in unity, we will make our stand. No more division, no more fear. In our collective strength will rise. We are here. Africa, we rise as one. We stand so strong. Together we will sing a brand new song. From every heart, from every land. In unity, we must make our stand. No more division. Don't ever fear. In our collective strength, we must rise, Africa. We are here. And yes, we are ready. Thank you.
Oh my God, please put your hands together for these ladies. Now, Idara and Chidera, please join me up here. Thank you. Oh my God, today I am proud to call myself a woman because of you two. Please, I think they all deserve a standing ovation. If you would just indulge me, please rise on your feet. Please, come and claim your stage. Let's put our hands together for these ladies. Please, let's put our hands together for these ladies. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know, interestingly, they have both single-handedly, well, now collective, yeah, they have distilled every one and single topic we have here today, and they've said those things in less than 30 minutes. Please, again, put your hands together for these ladies. Thank you so much. Thank you. You can have your seats. Thank you. Now, something this amazing lady said that resonated with me. A question. What are you willing to give for the collective good? Now, that's not for you to answer right here. It's something for you to think about. What are you willing to give for the collective good? Whatever it is you're willing to give for the collective good, you should have it at the back of your mind that in our collective strength we rise. In our collective strength we rise. We are here. Put your hands together again for this beautiful, beautiful ladies. Thank you so much. Thank you, Idara and Chidera. Thank you. And thank you, Chrisland High School. Thank you, ma'am, for instilling and helping to, enhance the knowledge of these ladies. I mean, when we were thinking about this, we were talking about the different demographics. We have these people that are up and coming. We have these people that are supposed to shape our nation in the next couple of years. I mean, don't be surprised. In the next 5-10 years, you see Idara, she's occupying, a strategic position in one of the big fours, in a political sphere, in, different industries, FMCGs, tech, everything, hospitality, everything. I think again that this set of ladies, please put your hands together for them again. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so we'll be moving on with our event for today, and we have an amazing person who's going to be speaking next. Now, this person is someone that, myself and my team met of recent, but in the short time frame that we have met him, he's been very, when you say somebody is, whatever he says is insightful. Like, every one and single thing he says is insightful. Now, he has a background as a scientist. He's a hybrid scientist. He's a qualified medical doctor, and he has a master's degree in level health, safety, and environmental management professional. This person is an SDG advocate, is somebody who is a guru in the circular economy sector. He's all about renewable, energy, making sure that we have the green economy. And we have this person in the room today in person of Dr. Adebola Odunsi. Dr. Adebola Odunsi is going to be speaking to us about guardians of our land, embracing a society built on order and discipline as a pathway to environmental stewardship. It is an honor to have you, Dr. Odunsi, speak on this stage, as one of the pioneer speakers for the collective force. Please put your hands together for him again.
Wow. Adeshola has, I hope not oversold me. Good afternoon once again. And it's a pleasure and an honor to actually occupy this sort of stage. I think my conversation or my conversations with Nyoju, I think, when did we meet, Nyoju? It's not up to 6 months, but it feels like I've known him for years. And that is based on, the beautiful words that our lovely ladies from Chrisland overemphasized, which is shared vision, a shared capacity for reasoning. Even our brain cells don't work apart from one another. It's a complex network of interactions that then creates that sort of value that we're then looking for. So, they have asked me to speak on something that I love very much, which is matters around the climate. So yes, you must be thinking, as a medical doctor, how did he end up in the climate? So just some housekeeping. I was that weird child that used to like watching documentaries more than cartoons. So you give me David Attenborough, I'm very, very okay. And one way or the other, that kind of translated into what we see today, to the glory of God. I cannot occupy such a stage and not give honor to God, because without him, I'm nothing. So, with that in mind, let's see what journey we can take each other on today. So, the topic was very interesting to me, merging society, order, and discipline into environmental stewardship. And I like to tell people that topics around the climate or climate change, if you look at that word change portends to a behavior rather than a science. Okay? So I tell people that the hard science around climate is about 10% of the issue. 90% of what we either need to recognize, that we need to agree to, and we need to change is behavioral. So you will understand my direction of speaking from a perception point of view. So let's look at the hard science. What is the hard science saying to us? I don't know. I tend to say clickers don't like me. Anyway, so Africa is on the front line of climate change, you know. And realistically, we can spend hours just speaking about the hard science of it. But let's look at things from how ready are we, or what's the resilience of Africa in terms of considering, you know, can we really, the way we are living, you know, the attitudes that we are copying, the way we are consuming, you know, can we really survive it? And I dare say, no is the big answer. You know, Africa is dotted in red and black on this, my data panel. And that means we are nowhere near prepared for what the collective behaviors and attitudes to the climate currently portend. So that means when you think about concepts like waste, when you think about concepts like my choices in energy, when you think about concepts around what do I buy, how do I spend, how do I move, you know, not understanding those realities and how it impacts the next person to you, you know, portends that we are not resilient at all, or we are not prepared for the impacts of resilience. I think we all, in one way or the other, thank God that we don't have hurricanes in Africa. You know, I like to say that thank God we are not open to a lot of natural disasters. Otherwise, we would have really seen what we're talking about. So, glory to God. Next slide, please. Okay, so how many of us have heard of climate change first? Or maybe I'm speaking above the house. Has it been getting hotter recently? Okay. It seems like food is more expensive. And somebody has told you somewhere that is somebody that is just hoarding the food. Okay. There are a lot more complicated systems that are making food expensive other than just diesel prices being high. There are a lot of systems that are impacted. In fact, there is no system that is safe from the impact of climate change. From healthcare to education to technology, everything is driven by this conversation. And, okay, we have a fair age group here that cuts across. We understand money. Most importantly, your money is affected by climate change. The largest pool of funds in the world is directed and geared against or geared towards the climate problem. So if your smart money essentially says, if I can figure out a solution or figure out, you know, a way to make this work, how can we build this sort of societal systems, this sort of environmental stewardship systems, and build them up at what you call layer one thinking, which is the same thing as breathing. How can you inject those choices, which will, you know, on this journey, we'll see that it's very easy to do. You know, we just haven't been incentivized and our attitudes haven't been attuned to what we need to do. So one way or the other, we're all going to generate waste today. In fact, we're already generating waste. You know, you are taking in oxygen and pulling out carbon dioxide, you know, and that in itself is a form of waste generation. Waste is a part of living. Okay, it's a characteristic of life, if we still remember our basic biology. So anything that you do, you will generate some form of waste or the other. Now, that waste can be a problem to your society, or it can be a benefit to your society. So let's see how. Next slide, please. Don't worry, I don't need to speak to this too much. All right, let's bring it home. We're all in Lagos. Lagos, our city, our center of excellence. All right, so you see me use certain words: linear economy, business as usual. That's what we're doing now. You know, I drink water and I'm like, you know, most people will expect me to say I throw it into the gutter, but no. Right now it is, I drink this plastic bottle and I'm looking for the nearest bin because I don't want it to be my problem anymore. So I want us to hold a question in our mind. This is the question that runs behind everything that you are doing now. I no longer need it. what next? Now, that question is not an individualistic question. It is a societal question, and we will show you that there are multiple answers that you can give to that. I no longer need it, what next question? One of it is to chuck it in the bin, yeah, but that's convenience speaking. Are there better ways to do it? And will that build better environmental stewardship? So, these are what the numbers are telling you. We all know everybody's rushing into Lagos. I think the last statistics that we got from the Ministry of Trade, Commerce, Investment and Cooperatives is about 3,000 people come into Lagos every day and don't go back. So that means we pin, for those that understand my slang. Okay? So as we are sat today now, looking at all the borders of Lagos, at least 3,000 people have entered the state and said, no matter what it takes, I will make it in Lagos. And that's fair. That's good. But if they are not prepared for the realities, and if we're not prepared for the realities of them, society degrades. So, this, of course, is one of the contributing factors to growing unemployment rates, and the fact that, the linear economy isn't receiving as much funding as you think anymore. Back in the day, Nigeria was the oil and gas prime of Africa, but when you look at people like BNP that pulled out $1 billion from oil and gas funding, you can then understand why petrol is a bit more expensive. It's not just because they remove subsidy. First things first. Subsidy only exists in an excess. So Nigeria has never had a subsidy system in the first place. So we are here to re-educate ourselves. And there are some things that I don't, it's difficult to say when people are not in the right sort of mindsets for. So there is a funding issue around the linear economy model that we are running and that we are prioritizing in terms of manufacturing, in terms of powering our industries and the like. It is profitable for now, but the global landscape is shifting very quickly. To put it into context, the BNP Paribas story. BNP Paribas created maybe most of the oil billionaires that you know today. You didn't have to do much work. Pull a bit of nepotism strings, get your allocation, hop on a private jet, end up at the energy desk, and you don't even need to know the first thing about what an oil well looks like. If it is confirmed, they will pay you. Now, that same bank has said, I'm not doing that again. I'm going green. I've pulled out money from that pot and I'm putting it somewhere else. So what's this pot? Let's see if we can tap it. So, yeah, shrinking tax base, uncontrolled pollution, all these are a factor of a growing society. Now, we've been looking at it from a problem perspective. That means the more people that are in a location, that are living life, they will generate waste. Whether we like it or not, because waste is a factor of life, essentially, and waste impacts environmental stewardship. Next slide, please. So, it brings us to some more philosophical thinkings. Consumerism, I like some of these words. It just means that we like to buy. Nigeria is a consumer state. And that is why you have a dearth in the forex markets now. Okay? It portends if you don't produce anything, you're not going to sell anything. Okay? But our product consumption rates are one of the highest in the world. We buy a lot. Okay, I think it's only probably about last year that export rates outswept import rates. Okay, in terms of the line for export at Apapa was longer than the lines for imports. That only happened last year. And that's because people did not have dollars to buy what they wanted to buy for multiple reasons. So, how is this impacting our society? We have said we have a lot of people locked into a particular place. That place also happens to be the economic nerve center of the entire country. So it portends that the highest buying power is located in that location as well. So if we are buying that much, we are generating much more environmental and climate impact as well in comparison to other states and other places. Now, this means that somewhere, because we are not being responsible with the way that we are consuming. It is take, make, consume, dispose. Remember that question I said we should hold in our mind. I don't need it again. What next? I bought this material. If I walk out of the door now, a nail should hook it and it should tear. I don't need it again. What next? I've drank this bottle of water. I've licked the sweet on the table. Think about every model of consumption that you go through. You ask yourself that question at the end of the life cycle of that entity, of course. So, we've spoken to how this sort of consumer culture accelerates environmental harm. It's innocuous. It's not something that you are actively doing. But every time you feel that dustbin in your house, and you're like, it's Loma's problem. Sorry to say, it's your problem. Because when the flood comes, you will complain. When electricity is bad, you will complain. And all these things stem from that, or from the lack of ownership of our individual traits and characteristics as it concerns the environment. Next slide. Okay. Linear economy and the culture of convenience. Now, 3 things are very important to human beings and society: time, cost, consequence. So all of us have asked ourselves this question. Why is it that when Nigerians go somewhere, they don't throw things on the floor? They don't do this, they don't do that. Because consequence is heavier there. But over here, and I don't blame people, I'm telling somebody, sort your waste, be nicer to the environment, do all this and do that. And the first question in their head is, what's in it for me? I have to wake up at 4:30, drop my kids at school, make it to the office. Probably, God help you if you have a horrible boss, or if you are the horrible boss and you are, imagining all sorts of pain that you want to put your staff through in the day. There is little consideration for, previous slide. You've changed my slide backwards. Okay, thank you. When we don't consider, our time is very precious, is what we cannot redeem. So there has to be a fair enough argument for you to want to contribute that time to environmental stewardship. I agree with you. Cost as well. Really, what is it going to cost me to take, make, use, dispose? Like I said, at the end of the day, you dump it in a bin and it becomes somebody else's problem. Or it's really your problem, but you don't know. So you're not calculating the cost properly. Consequence. Are there laws around it? Are there policies around it? How strong are those policies? If I run foul of the law, can I pick up my phone and call somebody and say, Egbon mi, whatever shop me, they want to lock my shop. And nepotism kicks in. These are the realities of what we face. And I think your Jew would not want me to climb up on this stage and do justice to it. I've been on the enforcement side of things, and I've seen a lot of things happen where, meritoriously, things have to be done a particular way, and they are then influenced. And it is because of either time savings or cost savings. So, why won't we have weak laws and weak enforcement? Next slide, please. I'm speaking I'm speaking to the problems a lot. Change inertia and apathy. So for all of us that we don't like physics, I loved physics. So inertia is a constant state of motion, or a constant state of, I want to use it to be like a tautology, constant state of stasis. That means you're either at rest or in motion, unless you are impacted by an external force or argument. So for people to understand that there is environmental degradation in some of what they are doing, and still continue and persist, that means there's an argument that is telling them continue on that line, even though it is not to the benefit of everyone else. And I love what the ladies from Chrisland, itemized in terms of what's the value of your growth if it comes at the detriment of another. It's a very, we need to internalize. I recorded that spoken word presentation. And I hope, you please distribute it to people. People need to play it every morning. They do. Like, what's the value of growth? Because there is an over prioritization of individualism in the country. It is my success, my metrics of success, and I have never seen where that has worked. And we can dive into several examples in the Bible. But individualism, we're not created to be individuals. God said it's not good for man to be alone. If you start from Genesis. So there's a reason why we all gathered here today. So if you try to do all of this by himself, without lending the strength of everyone else here, it will fall flat on its face. So we need to hold that in the back of our mind. So change inertia is a very important thing to me because it speaks to the reasons why we don't want to change. Why don't I want to be a better environmental steward? When I know that in doing this, in fact, there are certain people that I'm not sure whether it's in Lagos, but I know it happens in certain states. When rain is falling, people just bring out their bags of trash and just dump it into the drainage and say, that's for God to sort out, and whoever is down the line. But somebody is down the line in that drainage pathway. Somebody's house is going to get flooded. Somebody's child is going to develop malaria, and really treating that malaria is what we call a catastrophic expenditure for that family at that point in time. If you are not putting all of these things as arguments before that question, I don't need it anymore, what next? Your answers may seem very simple, but when you start thinking that way, you start saying, maybe there's a better way. Now, let me make it very interesting. There's even a way that you make money doing the right thing, and more money than you would have made doing the wrong thing. But you need to follow me on my journey. Next slide, please. Okay. Behavioral factors underpinning decline in stewardship. Sometimes I don't believe I do these slides myself. So, very clearly, this is the science of it. All right? There are knowledge issues, attitude issues, practice issues, culture and assumption issues. So remember I said the problem is 90% behavioral. So if I'm going to disaggregate behaviors and the factors that impinge or change our behaviors, you can know something, okay, or not know something. So some people are stuck in that knowledge gap. You can know something and choose to do nothing about it. That's an attitudinal issue. Now you can know something, choose to do something, but you are unable to bring it to practice. And then you might decide that all these things you are ready to do, but you are like, how would they bibire manimi, bibire omo Yoruba, mahama shaki kiri. Let me translate. I'm a born and bred Yoruba man. They will now see me picking plastic up and down the place. God forbid. I love my tribe, but a lot of things are greater than those divisionary models, tribe and religion. A flood comes today, everybody, it won't say, which tribe are you? Okay, no. Who do you serve? Okay. It will be swift and it will be fast. I'm sure we've all seen what happened in Spain, in Valencia. It's swift and it's fast. It affects everybody. So the prevention should also be the bit of everybody. Next slide, please. You didn't change this one. Okay. Now, this one will shake the table a bit. I like shaking tables. I tell people that we suffer in Nigeria from a failure of enforcement. Well-penned laws, sometimes, but it is the execution of the law. I don't know if we have any lawyers in the house. Ah, no, Leonard. Huh? Is that Leonard fellow? Fantastic. You agree with me now? Lovely. Thank you for validating something that has been in my head for so long. We suffer from failures of enforcement. And that can happen on multiple fronts. Okay? Either the structure of the law or the policy is weak, or the people that are behind, within, around, and in charge of it are corruptible, or these laws have been built to the best of standards, and just because you've had a bad experience, you are like, well, I'm not going to be obeying that, even if it's going to bring the moon down. That's their law. That's their business. Me, I'll still throw my plastic inside gutter. Anybody that wants to come and catch me should catch me. Public distrust. And of course, the one that I love the most, maybe I'll censor my mouth a bit because they are still my clients small. But they like ban. I hate the word ban. Ban is a lazy word. It means I have no other way that I think I can address this thing. So I will bring a nuclear warhead to a mosquito fight. There are so many layers of conversation and discourse. And there are investments that people have put in place to make sure that society runs. It is just a lack of awareness that has maybe brought us to certain realities, So whenever I hear they are banning this and banning that, I'm kind of like, well. And the thing is, we have to understand that people are behind laws. So ego is also a big matter that you have to deal with. We're talking behaviors. Ego is a big matter. Okay? So if I say something is banned, how easy is it for me to reverse that, even if I have proof? If I have overwhelming economic, social, fiscal proof, just for the mere mention that it has been published, it's difficult. And I would say it here, it is difficult to achieve that. So I always say bans should be the last bullet in the gun. I went off on a tirade on LinkedIn today as well. So please forgive me if you are getting the rest of the heat. But we have in Africa very enforcement-driven laws. If I tell you that there are certain companies in this same Lagos that are zero waste, they push no waste out of their entities. Nobody, maybe if you are working there, you will know. Don't worry, I'm not here to advertise any brand. We can speak later about it. But what's the reward in place for people like that? What's the carrot that balances the stick? That shows that if you do the right thing, there's value for you. Let's see if we can find out. Next slide, please. So you see, I've spoken to individual systems, private sector, public sector systems. Now, let's go to the big boys. Linear economy, whether we like it or not, for now is still profitable. Otherwise, people won't be doing it. If they were losing money, trust me, people would not be doing it. But a time will come when that will happen, and it's coming fast, because, if you want to borrow certain sums of money from a bank today, you must show your environmental impact. So we're getting there. But the problem exists today. The lack of environmental stewardship driven by profitable gains is still a reality today. So, we have several factors that contribute to it. When you say, the cost is not really mine, the cost to the environment is not mine. I've made my product, I've sold it, I've made my money. Whether the packaging waste enters the gutter, whether people are having malaria because of blocked drainage, at least nobody's coming to come and tell me to foot the bill. So you've externalized the environmental cost. Meanwhile, that man may be working for you, and if you cannot drive your truck to deliver your goods, problem, you will sack him, creating more unemployment. and a lot of more societal issues. I like creating linkages in my head. Systemic issues reinforcing unsustainable practices. What is your money chasing? You know you can hold people accountable by choosing not to buy from them. A lot of people just say, hey, this is my preference. I really don't care what's going on. I'll do what I need to do. And of course, like I said, it's profitable. People want to make money. Next slide. So, I did say that despite all the doom and gloom that I have put out, there is hope. And I like to start with what is called the economic argument, because that then helps you change behaviors and settle yourself accordingly, because each man will have to settle his house. There are people that are already doing it here. People separate their waste, do different things. People are already, valorizing that waste in various models, but a lot of people are not. So, I'd like to introduce us to a concept today called circular economy. So, apart from, aside from the take, make, use, consume, dispose, there's a way to continue to generate value. So, if you drive a car, for instance, if I told you that the engine oil that is in your car, you can recycle it, I think, 15 times. So you don't need to keep paying the mechanic, I don't know how much, maybe like 10, 15,000 naira now to buy oil. And that's just one form of waste, even down to your food waste. Yes. 20-something thousand. Thank you, sir. So there are systems that you can build very quickly too. In fact, I'm sure when you were driving here, you saw some raggedy looking fellow with a big bag of plastic on his back walking somewhere. That man is part of an economy that is 400 million naira per day. Not per week, not per month. 400 million naira per day. I usually laugh at people. I say, you are wearing suit and tie. They are paying you 400,000 naira. That man is probably earning 750K per month in profit margin. But you will look down on him because he looks a particular way. So, are we ready to drop our egos, change behaviors, and we also make money from it? And circular economy says yes, both at an individual level, a community level, at a business level, at a government level, at all tiers of commerce. Embracing circularity helps you to be a better environmental steward and makes you more profitable as well. Next slide. So, incentivization is a big aspect. Now, I'm here. I'm using my words to sensitize and incentivize you. But there are other ways. For instance, how many people are paying school fees here? School fees. So if I told you that your waste can pay school fees, uncle, or you can buy airtime, you can buy data, waste is a perception, it's transitionary. It can become anything that you want it to become within the concept of circular economy. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, I think it's after these two things. So, how do we change? All right? Drew has called us to form a powerful coalition. There's a lot of effort happening in terms of creating a clear vision and strategy at different levels. So I would actually invite the collective force to probably be part of those conversations as well. There's a need to communicate that vision broadly. We are all the bastions of this information. I'm glad. I've handed over this, my headache. I call it headache, to everybody in the room. So the gentleman here says, if you see something, say something. So next time somebody's throwing plastic in the air, I say, come. Do you know that's your child's school fees you are throwing in the gutter? It will shake them. Then they'll say, what do you mean? Then you can take them on a journey. Please feel free. You can call me. I will lecture them. Now, there's a critical need. We know this doesn't fly on thin air. You need to empower systems. You need to fund it. You need to create models and frameworks that support it. And I promise you there's about $4.9 trillion hanging in thin air looking for situations like this. That's why I told you that the global economy, the engines of the global economy is behind the climate economy. So it takes these individual and societal efforts into environmental stewardship for us to draw down on probably the largest pool of funds that Africa has ever seen and has direct access to without any strings. Next slide. So I think I've spoken to this in terms of what we need to do. We're all advocates. Policy reforms, incentives, outputs, we expect behavioral shift. Because if you are making money from something or saving money doing something, you are most likely to want to do it as opposed to what you were doing before. Of course, we hope, if less of this is making its way into the environment because somebody is turning it to value somewhere. In fact, there are systems that turn your waste into CSR now. You can use waste to pay tithes in church. Don't worry, we'll speak about it back end. Waste is a perception. It is the answer to, I don't need it anymore, what next? So that what next can be, I can donate this as a child's school fees instead of throwing it in the bin. And circular economy is your introduction 101 to how that model works. Next slide. So you see all these lovely things that I've been saying. You will see what it looks like in practice. So this is an event that we did. It's a video, you can play it. I hope your sound will take it. Oh, wow. I would really love this video to play because otherwise it will seem like I've talked at you a lot and you won't see a practical experience. Okay, lovely. So this is an event that we did with the Office of Climate Change and Circular Economy, Lagos State. That essentially showcases incentivized waste management through circular economy.
Today marks a significant milestone in our collective journey towards a more sustainable and inclusive Lagos State. As we gather here, we celebrate not just the launch of an initiative, but the birth of a movement that empowers our community, particularly nano and micro business, to take center stage in circular economy.
So all those things I spoke about, advocacy, engagement, this, that, it's locked into this.
nǹkan tá a wá dá yín lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lénìí a fẹ́ fi hàn yín pé ìdọ̀tí yẹn o kàkà kó pa yín lára ó lè ṣe yín láǹfààní.
We got to make a change, to make our nation change. Everybody, let's go recycle waste. We got to make a change, to make our nation change. Everybody, let's gather recycle waste. Pick up nylons and cans, make it another way. Everybody, let's gather recycle waste. Pick up nylons and cans, make it another way.
So, essentially, we told them, bring your waste. We will give you food, no choice. Now, that brings us into waste to X, where X can be anything. X can be a product in your company that you're exchanging for waste. There are people that are looking to buy these things at, I think, oh my goodness, I think it's 1,500 euros a ton for PET bottles. now. And we're saying we're looking for Forex. We're looking for business to do. You may not want to be the person that is directly picking the bottles. There are people that do it. There's a whole ecosystem that currently sits right now. You know, it is hundreds of thousands of people strong, but it needs millions of people to do it. It is a societal effort. However, waste exists today. This is a substrate of society that you can actually use to generate value, that you can use to pull people together. You can say, everybody in my estate, let's do this thing together. The proceeds from it, we are donating it to a motherless baby's home. You can be as creative as you want with it. And at the end of the day, it engenders environmental stewardship, economic benefits, social development, and a whole lot more things on here that I probably don't know. But I hope it is stimulating thoughts in your mind, as it has stimulated thoughts in my mind since 2014. And I'm here today. I left my medicine and I was like, oh, wow. If I can get people to get medical attention by just bringing waste to the hospital and they are not turned back, wouldn't that be a fantastic society? If you could walk into a shop, if that man that is dropping off a bus in Maza Maza now, who has nothing but his waste with him, whether it's textile waste, plastic waste, if you could walk into a supermarket and get a meal, would he choose to rob you? Would he choose to go into crime? If there are societal systems that support environmental stewardship from a sound economic background, then I think we can really use the environment and turn this climate issue into a climate benefit for ourselves. So, this is a call to action, that it's a collective duty of care. It doesn't belong to me alone. Belongs to all of us. We need to support ourselves. We need to engage in these community-driven activities. And we need to advocate for systemic changes, but it starts with you, it starts with me, it starts with everyone. Next slide, and I think that should be my last slide. Thank you very much. Sorry, I did how many minutes? 30 minutes, Abi? Or how long? Sorry. Is what you get for inviting me.
Thank you. So Dr. Odusi did a very good job with distilling the circular economy. He spoke about how you can make money off the circular economy. I'm sure a couple of us know, what these things are here. And we're going to do a quick, I'm going to step down. We're going to do a quick Q&A, just ask a few questions around what he's spoken about, the circular economy, and what you think the circular economy entails, how you think you can make money off this, system, this sector, what you think they should be doing better, what they're currently not doing. So we have some hostesses around. We have one hostess around. If anybody has answers to that question, before I start to, just popcorn around and pick anybody that my soul asks me to pick. So anybody, the question is, what do you think the circular economy has in stock for you as a Nigerian or an African, and what other things do you think they should be doing that they're not currently doing? So Dr. Odusi, just so you know, I love it. Yeah. So anybody? Oh yeah. So I see Mrs. Folake Okunubi. She's going to be asking, telling us one about.
Good
Thank
afternoon.
You so much. Good afternoon.
I actually have a question. Beautiful presentation, engaging. I'm in. Now what? I don't think you've left us very actionable steps as we walk out today. What do we do? I live in a community where we once used to gather plastics and all that, but it failed. Somewhere down the line, the person used to pick up stopped picking up. So what do? I know there are people that will come out. So I do individual, but I think to get momentum, each individual has a responsibility. It adds up, it builds up. So what do I do when I walk out the door? Then I can add it then. But what's my personal call to action, I think is my question.
Okay, I think Omar has an addendum to that question.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dusi. All right. I have an addendum because you see, as it is now, we need to make more money because we need to, what's the word now? The dollar to naira wahala, we need to balance the thing, it must balance. So, and I like to look good, I like a tidy house. Now I want to clean the thing. As you said, the question, now I'm done with it, what next? So, how do I right now plug into the circular economy to ensure that every single waste in my, particularly the engine oil thing you said, sir? I'm sorry, I'm moving closer to you because it bites. 2 cars, one for me, one for my wife, it bites. So that engine oil thing, how to recycle? If I have to do it by myself, is there somewhere I can take it to? Sorry, cameraman. I need to look him in the face and let him tell me how to do this thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Omar.
I think there's an extra.
Okay.
Just to commend Lagos State, I was out of Lagos yesterday, and I saw piles in a different state, and I saw piles of of refuse on the road. And then I realized, oh, I don't see this in Lagos anymore. So I think we should give some credit to where credit is due. Lagos State is doing a good job with refuse disposal, and I think you don't notice until you go out and you see it and you realize it still happens. So well done, Lagos State.
Okay, thank you very much. And I love these questions. These are real questions. You know, it's not looking at the theory of it or it's, okay, yeah, I put nice presentation, now what? That's what I put down here. So, first and foremost is there are gatherings like this. So kudos again, Yonju. You know, it starts from arenas such as this. But in terms of practical terms, the collective force needs to develop a position, in my own kind advice, leveraging all of us that are here. I mean, I can't imagine the amount of waste your school produces. You know, they are a boarding facility. A lot of people just underestimate the power in this thing in terms of aggregating it. So, as a champion in your own home, for instance, I will speak from what I know, and that is there are both public sector and private sector solutions to what you are looking for in terms of how do I engage. So very quickly we can connect. I will bring you on board with the Office of Climate Change and Circular Economy. That vehicle that I showcased there is something called EcoCirculate. It was purpose-driven, you know, to give people a foundation to build this in their own locations. So this is not owned by the state. It's a franchisable vehicle. In fact, if you are a brand owner, you can say, oh, I'm looking for a creative way to break into the market. I know somebody's going to pay me for this. Let me maybe use an example. There was an entity who wanted to launch gas or gas delivery to homes. And all we did was, hey, take EcoCirculate and go and launch your brand. And what they said was, okay, for that deal, bring this, bring paper, bring all whatnot. You don't need to have money in your pocket. Come to us. We have people that will buy that from you, and that's what you use to buy your gas. So you can be as creative as you want with it. There's no right answer or wrong answer. At the end of the day, what I want everybody to realize is waste is a thought in your mind. The moment you stop looking at it as what needs to end up in the dustbin, you can create anything out of it. And realistically speaking, it is better experienced. I can speak for the next 2 hours and you'll be like, but let's go on an EcoCirculate journey together. Even if it is within your gated community, let's build a project, maybe together with collective force, you know, and launch that sort of platform. And we create this lovely type of documentary that we can then showcase to other places. And we create that scaled approach to it. So the answer to your question is very practical, okay? And that's public sector. Private sector, there are people that, have invested in this space. Several people, their rates of efficiency vary. Like you said, somebody started picking up, then they stopped, and all whatnot. And really and truly, these are the sort of problems that we have ironed out in EcoCirculate. So I'd really like you to play within that ecosystem. As somebody who has tried it before, you can also even give us some tips, because we are learning as we go on as well, to say, hey, these were the signs we were seeing when this thing was about to fail. We don't know it all. It's a brand new ecosystem. This all started for me by seeing those gentlemen carrying. I'm like, in the hot sun, these guys would trek tens of kilometers until I knew the amount of money they were making from it. Informally, as of 2018, 400 million naira per day in just PET plastics. Just to put it into context, there are other types of plastics. So if they have figured that out, then there's a whole lot more that can be done. Then in terms of route of access, Mayoga, yes, sir. Same thing. Let's have a conversation. We can bring the Mechanic Association to you, for instance. And what we don't want is, we don't want people to individualize the solution. We want to build solutions that are societal. So that means everybody can do it the same way you are doing it. And this is just to say, I may have spoken a lot about plastic, but everything that you consider waste right now. So, sorry, my darling. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Sorry. You see that video that I played? If I told you that textile waste in Badagry outperformed plastic by a factor of almost 10. So that means people brought more old clothes than plastic. So we can't sit down here and say we know what people want. But all we need to do is, I'm very interested in what everybody is doing. If you are a brand, how can we use your brand to drive this narrative? And the truth is, this is where we make the money from it, when it is at scale and when it is supersized, essentially. So, Chief, we'll have a one-on-one conversation and we'll see how to structure it. I don't do card. I'll give you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Odusi. Now, the circular economy space is a very interesting one, and I'm sure the set of people that have asked questions are not the only people that have these questions. They've taken it upon themselves to ask on behalf of others. And I'm sure we have other people that have more questions. So, we can have those conversations afterwards. We're going to have a tea break session afterwards where we can network and ask Dr. Odusi 1,075,000 questions if you so desire. So to move on with this session, we have one of our speakers, our very keynote speaker, who is joining us virtually in person of Dr. Toye Shobande. He is one with many hats. He's a strategic leadership coach. He's a management consultant, a lawyer, an author, a public speaker, and a trainer. He's the CEO and president of Stevens Leadership Consultancy, LLC, a strategic and management consulting firm offering services to businesses and leaders. And our keynote speaker, who is joining us virtually today, I think he's about 5 hours behind us, or 7 hours, if I'm correct. He's going to be speaking on the topic, crafting a national vision. Is the Nigerian dream the key to unity, patriotism, and social-cultural development? It's an honor to have you, Dr. Shobande. Thank you so much for joining us at this early hour where you're currently at, and we look forward to having this conversation and this insightful session with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Put your hands together for him, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I'm very grateful for the opportunity and the privilege to be a part of this auspicious moment. Thankful to the organizers and to the chief convener himself, Adeyanju. an ideas man. I appreciate your consistency and your dedication to the cause of Nigeria. It's always exciting when I speak with you. So I prepared my keynote address. It's 4 pages. I just don't want to speak over people's heads. I can see familiar faces. I think I see, is it Lamore? Or like I see a couple of familiar faces in the audience. But I want to speak passionately from my heart, even though I have my address here. And I'm intrigued not just only by the topic that I've been asked to present, and I'm just going to read it out. Then in between, I'm going to put some explanation to it because it's been referred to as a keynote address. So, like I said, I'm deeply honored to join you today for this pre-launch discourse organized by the Collective Force. I'm excited to discuss the theme in itself, reorienting Africans to embrace collective values for societal development. A theme that aligns seamlessly with pressing the need for a shared vision, a dream, and capable of binding us together. So, at the very heart of every societal development lies the spirit of unity and purpose. If we examine nations with high levels of social cohesion and economic prosperity, one thing stands out, and that is a national vision. A national vision that inspires its people to work for a common goal. What about Nigeria? What is our national vision? What does it mean to have a Nigerian dream? How could this dream be the catalyst for a resurgence of unity, patriotism, socio-cultural progress, and economic prosperity? Our conversation today is just not about abstract concepts. It's about reclaiming a powerful idea that we must begin to envision together, a united Nigerian dream that not only inspires but drives tangible societal development. So, for me, that means there's a necessity before us, the necessity of crafting a Nigerian dream. When we talk about the American dream, we refer to an idea that has been generations, driven by generations that seek a life of prosperity, equality, and opportunity. The collective pursuit of this dream has been a force of unity for Americans. It's a clear direction that Nigeria should also emulate. And this is clear not only to us in this room, but to every Nigerian, to yearn for a vision that offers a similar sense of hope and purpose. Yet, we must ask, what precisely is our national dream? What precisely is our national dream? Has anybody in the political or economic sector been able to articulate a clear vision for us that we can rally around as a nation? So, if I want to go in the direction of defining what the Nigerian dream should be, I will start by saying, to construct a Nigerian dream, we must begin by identifying core values, clear value system that resonates with every Nigerian, irrespective of our ethnic and religious background. Meaning we have to define a collective progress over individual gain. We have to emphasize community advancement and mutual success. Number two, we have to declare or agree on a national unity rooted in our cultural pride, encouraging Nigerians to see diversity as a strength, not as a point of division. The last Nigerian election revealed the depth of division that is amongst us, meaning we have a political structure or a political scenario that has not brought us together on how we decide to advance, but the direction has been along ethnic and religious lines, which was very unfortunate. Number three, economic empowerment and equitable opportunity, striving for accessible resources, quality education, and economic prosperity through job creation. Number four, commitment to ethics, transparency, and good governance. Commitment to ethics, transparency, and good governance. Recognizing that true development can only be grounded in integrity and fairness. I have been asking a question for a while. A few weeks back, I was on, maybe just about 2 weeks, I was on Channels Television. And shortly before then, someone had shared a video of an interview that I had on Channels. where I had said, I'm asking a question. The average Nigerian youth, if they have the opportunity to serve in government today, to serve in power, I cannot guarantee that they will do better. I cannot guarantee that they will actually rescue us from our current experiences. Why do I say that? Because in the course of doing business with the average person, the value system shows up. In the course of interacting, the value system shows up. The value system whereby you make a promise, a business promise, and you keep it. The value system of where you have clear customer service that puts the interest of your customer first, not prioritizing money above your customer. All of those little things show up. A clear value system where I'm coming for a meeting, I show up. There's no Nigerian time. I show up on time. I'm there at the time that has been stipulated. A Nigerian value system where you have an appointment with somebody and they call you and you're on your way. You say, oh, I'm almost there. Meanwhile, you're just about to leave your house. You're still driving in the car. And we all laugh about it. It's acceptable to us, but we don't know the consequence it has not only on the economic value that we have, but the integrity that we also pursue. Being in a Nigerian, in the diaspora, and being a Black person, it is hard. But being a Nigerian is 10 times harder because of the stereotype some Nigerians have built on our behalf. And some of us have to now stand out as an exceptional Nigerian to erase that stereotype. Some of us call it bias, whether it's conscious or not. But the truth of the matter is this: the way we present ourselves is the way they will carry us, especially the conversations and the things we talk or we say about ourselves. So the values, like I'm saying, reflect many Nigerians in the way that either it could be positive or it could be negative. So these values must reflect what Nigerians envision: a value of prosperity, of fairness, of a united nation where everyone has the opportunity to contribute and to benefit from national progress. Now, what is the role of these collective values in societal development? How important is value system to our development as a people, especially to crafting a vision? Let's now examine our conversation from the need for orienting Nigerians or reorienting Nigerians to embrace collective value. There's a need for it. I was in a meeting recently with the EIE, Enough is Enough Nigeria, and part of the conversation showed up that the National Orientation Agency in Nigeria is the least funded MDA. The National Orientation Agency, how many of us remember all those popular adverts of Andres checking out, all those Nigeria is our own, I love my country, I no go lie, na inside. How many of us remember that? Those were the work of the National Orientation Agency. How many of such have you heard from the National Orientation Agency in recent times? How many adverts have you seen in that regard? How many of those conversations do you have from the National Orient? And it's so sad that the National Orientation do not even just have the resources, but they don't also have the means. But my job here is not to complain. My job here is to offer solutions and practicable solutions that we can work with. Let's work with data and let's work with insight that is before us in terms of how to determine the values and the impact of this collective value to our society development. In nations with high levels of collective values, development indicators like economic growth, life expectancy, citizen satisfaction rates are consistently higher. Why? Because of collective values. For instance, countries with strong community bonds and national pride, like Japan, like Finland, have enjoyed a sustained social economic growth. Nigeria, on the other hand, has consistently struggled with our corruption index, our ethnic tension, the inequality, the way we treat women, partly because of individualism, often which takes precedence over our collective good. Studies also revealed that collective cultures foster higher levels of trust, which is one of the most important values that we must work with in order to build a Nigerian dream, which in turn leads to smoother social interactions and economic transactions. According to the World Bank, societies with higher levels of social trust see an average increase in GDP growth rate approximately by 1.3% over societies with low levels of trust. Thus, fostering a Nigerian dream grounded in collective values is much more than a moral aspiration. It has been proven. It's a proven economic and social benefit. Meaning, I can only do business with you as a Nigerian if I can trust that you have shared values with me. If I can trust that the value system that you epitomize is just not a performative allyship where you just preach, you just talk, but no action. It's consistent with your character. It's consistent with the way you treat people. It's consistent with the way you treat your employees at work. It's consistent with the way you talk to your staff. It's consistent with the way you talk to that security guard at that restaurant where you park your car. It's consistent with the way you treat that Uber driver that comes to your house to deliver the goods and services that have been given to him to deliver. It's consistent with the way we talk to our wives, the way we talk to our sisters, the way we talk to the women in our lives. Don't talk down on women. Don't make them feel like a second fiddle. It's consistent with all of these cultural issues that have clouded our sense of judgment in terms of what our economic prosperity should be. Now, how do we embrace these collective challenges by resolving the collective values by resolving the challenges ahead of us? One challenge we face in creating a unified vision is our colonial history. And I'm not here to begin to belabor that. We have overemphasized on that. But this is the point I want to make with our colonial history. Our colonial history gave us an educational system that runs on a factory line. And I've said this over many times. I said it in my first book, The Leadership Myth, Why Leadership Principles Do Not Work in Sub-Saharan Africa. I wrote that book after 14 years of research and travel across African countries, Europe, and Asia. I asked the question, why is it that Nigerian leaders travel abroad, live abroad, work abroad, have properties abroad? They've been educated abroad, and they come back home. Why can't we replicate the same experience of development? Not only in terms of infrastructure, but also in terms of the quality of human resources that we have. And I found that one basic issue is that when in our colonial history, we were given education not for the purposes of development, but we were given education for the purposes of being able to translate the language of the colonial masters from the traditional language, meaning that our educational system was built along a factory line that produced clerical staff, administrative staff, who only do mere interpretation, letter writing, dispatch, and other forms of communication, but not designed after systemic or technological thinking. We had a factory line, and the curriculum has remained the same years after. We have not, that's why when we go to school, we do what we call agberu beso. You cram and give it back to the professor. And if you don't write what the professor wants, you are marked down. We cram and work with old textbooks, not new textbooks. It's been designed along the line of just do what you have been told and don't do anything extra, which is very unfortunate. But things are improving. In the last 10, 15 years, there have been certain improvement. The next one is the diversity of our cultural makeup of Nigeria. But history should serve us our lesson, not our limitation. The Nigerian dream must account for our past, but look beyond it. Rather than focusing on tribal affiliations, a collective national vision should encourage every Nigerian to see themselves as an integral part of a thriving society. Now, how do we build the Nigerian dream through action? So, what practical steps can we take to craft this vision? How can we inspire Nigerians to embrace it? The first step is education, like I said earlier. Education. And people wonder why I emphasize on the education. Education is like a computer system, garbage in, garbage out. The quality of thought process, the quality of information that goes into a mind will determine the quality of the life. Check where you are today. Why are you in this room today? It's because of the quality of information that you are attracted to. Who you are today is as a result of the quality of information that you have assimilated over the years. If the quality of information is less than what you currently have, it stalls your progress. That's why people say that, look, when you want to advance in your career, take a training, take a skill test, take an extra education, do a master's degree or do a PhD. Unfortunately, education in Nigeria today, we see a lot of people, especially within the sector, who go to universities to buy honorary doctorates and put a doctor in front of their name because they want to use it to determine the title that give them respect in the society. Our religious leaders are also not even, we're free of this. They're equally guilty. We go to Benin Republic to go and buy honoris causa Honoris causa is not allowed outside the four walls of the building where you have been given. You cannot use it outside. You can only use it within the building of the institution that gave you honoris causa. There is no entitlement in Title. Title is not the indication of education, but this grace, this drive towards having a title to your name is one of the things that has devalued the quality of education. Now, in the Western culture now, they are querying the certificate at master's level, at PhD level, or something, which is very unfortunate. Nigerians are one of the most brilliant people in the world. Now, as I round up, like I said, the first step is education, as it is fundamental to fostering national identity. By integrating a curriculum that teaches our history, emphasizing on unity, and more importantly, civic responsibility, we can aspire young Nigerians to grow with a shared sense of purpose. And I say this because I've been emphasizing that Nigerians should be part of the political parties. We should stop waiting for every 4 years for the political party to throw up the candidates of their own structure. The leadership criteria, the leadership recruitment criteria in Nigeria has to be determined by all Nigerians. And the way to do it is to join the political parties. Is to join the political parties that have an ideology towards building a Nigerian dream. But unfortunately, like I've been saying as well, how many career professionals will be allowed by their employers to attend political meetings at midnight or very late in the morning, very late in the evening, or very early in the morning? I grew up from a political family where I saw my dad receive guests in his house as early as 5 a.m. or they have meetings till 1 a.m., 2 a.m. discussing the political strategy on how to win the election. But the truth of the matter is that if we want to change Nigeria, we have to be part of the political process. We can't remain as armchair critics. And unfortunately, some of us have the savior complex, thinking we know more about governance than those who are in government, thinking we know more about governance structure than the public officers. And unfortunately, some technocrats who enter into government are demystified as a result of the systemic nature of the work they want to carry. And you find out that somebody gets in there who is a performer before he gets into government and his hands are tied. Why? Because the dynamics are different. And a lot of us are so ignorant. We think we know better than the politicians. We think we are superior to them. Until you get that political office, then your own corruption story will come out. It has not come out now. You can brag on social media and abuse the politicians until the day they give you the post, then we'll see what you're going to do. And I keep telling my friends, we should stop this savior complex that makes us feel superior to those in the political field. We say they are illiterate. We say they are not credible. We say they are not competent. Why don't you go there if you know you can do better? Go there. Not only participate in the electoral process within the political party, also contribute your money. The people who run the political party run it with their own personal funds. And the first thing they will go after when they win election is the money they invested into those political parties. But if we liberalize the political system in such a way that you and I can make monthly contributions to the political parties, we can make investment, then we have a right to call for an audit of the finances of the political systems that we are part of. How many Nigerian political parties have submitted an audit verified by a credible audit firm of how they make money? The question is, how do Nigerian political parties get funded? I've been asking that question for years. Who is funding the Nigerian political parties? Where do they get their sources of income from? The big buildings, the billions and hundreds of millions they are collecting for forms, how do they account for it? I met a gentleman here in Texas who liquidated an investment he made for his children, over 10-point-something million naira, and decided to support the Peter Obi campaign. Sent the money to the Peter Obi campaign, but Mr. Peter Obi never got the money. The money got to his campaign team, but they never delivered it to the central post. How unfortunate that is. Somebody labored and divested his investment and sent it. We are not ready yet. We are not ready yet in the sense that you have to put your money where your mouth will be. If you don't put your money, you don't have the ability to query anybody about what they are doing. I'll rest my case on that and I'll move on to the other points. Let's leverage community leaders, faith-based institutions, educators, and influencers who have a crucial role to play in fostering these collective values. I ask a question. From the pulpit in our churches, how many messages and sermons are transformational in nature in reorientating the Nigerian mind? Beyond the prosperity and the money, money claims of money and all of that, how many of our religious leaders are teaching messages that emphasize emphasizes this value system of integrity, of let your yes be yes, let your no be no, of saying, oh, I am coming, I will do this. How many institutions do we have epitomizes these values that we talk about? We must leverage these networks to promote the Nigerian dream at every level. We must structure initiatives such as community service projects, volunteering, cultural exchanges, and interfaith dialogues that can create grassroots momentum of social unity. The challenge, therefore, is for leaders in every sector to embody and promote these values that we aspire to see across the country. And the best way to do it is to start at the local government level. You don't have to start by holding a political office. You can start by being a local mobilizer. At the local government level, the LCDAs, be a part of the monthly meetings, the regular meetings. That is where we can take development to the lower level. And lastly, or second to the last on that part, our youth, Nigeria's future. They are eager for a national identity they can champion. They are hungry for a national identity they can champion. How do we leverage this? Today, Nigeria has one of the youngest populations in the world, with 70% of its citizens under 30 and 35. This generation is passionate, tech-savvy, and ready to make a difference, but they need guidance. They need mentorship. They need inspiration to build a future they believe in. This vision should therefore focus not just about creating jobs, but providing quality education and enabling environment for young people to thrive, nurturing civic responsibility that make young Nigerians feel part of a collective dream. And the next part of it is the policy and the governance. True societal development is sustained through governance that prioritizes the common good. A Nigerian dream cannot flourish without the commitment of our leaders to uphold transparency, accountability, and justice. Let me say this. I asked the question, have we ever had a religious institution in Nigeria publish their annual financial records to show that this is the amount of tithe and offering we've collected before? And we are publishing to let the world know what we used it for. The way we have to hold politicians accountable for their actions is to hold our religious leaders accountable for their actions. Today, a research was just conducted a few months back that psychological safety, bullying takes place more in our religious institutions than in our other economic institutions. Is that true? Investigation should go on how we run a narcissistic entity, a narcissistic structure that builds ideals around a strong man, not around institutions. To transform Nigeria, we must build institutions. We must strengthen our institutions based on transparency, accountability, and justice. Why am I talking about religious institutions? Because that's the most powerful entity that can reorient people's minds. I'm a Christian, I'm a pastor, I've been in pastoral ministry for years, so I'm not here to bully or to criticize anybody, but I'm here to admit something, that we have a golden chance of transforming people if those of us who are in the leadership position epitomize those ideals that we expect of our politicians. Those of us who are fathers, the way you talk to your wife, your son is watching. He's going to repeat it to the women in his life. If you are a bully as a father, the boy is watching. He's going to go to school and bully girls in his class. He's going to grow up, get to university, do the same thing. Get to work, do the same thing for his female colleagues. If he becomes a business owner, he will do it for his junior staff. If he now becomes a politician, he will be slapping women in sex shops and nobody will do anything about it. Those are the critical dimensions that we must pay attention to. Those little things, people are watching. People are watching. What has happened to us where somebody will have the audacity to tell a human being, I will make you disappear in Nigeria, and nothing will happen. He's not the only one who has been saying it. He's not the first, and he will not be the last. It's an institutional framework that has enabled such behavior, and nothing has happened. There has been no consequences. Until we start working with consequences, when some actions take place on where issues of corporate governance, issues of accountability and transparency are emphasized within our institutional framework, we will continue to struggle. So therefore, we must encourage policies that doesn't only promote economic inclusion, protect the vulnerable. Protect the vulnerable. The way we treat the vulnerable shows how we value human lives. How well do we value human lives in this country? That's another subject that I don't want to waste time on. So in conclusion, an urgent call to action. The Nigerian dream is not merely a vision, but a call to collective action. Let us envision a nation where Nigerians feel responsible for each other's success, where diversity fuels creativity and progress, where future generations inherit a legacy of unity and pride, instead of telling them a falsified story of what happened during the Nigerian war. Let us promote a story that puts a human face to the dignity of other people. Let us stop padding the story and introducing bitterness into the hearts of young men. There's a lot of falsehood on Twitter. I tell my children, Twitter is not a real place. Social media is not a real place. If you want to get real information, that is not where to get it from. I've been telling people, don't be deceived by the rhetoric of the media. President Donald Trump has just been announced this morning as the 47th president of the United States. Everybody was shouting Kamala Harris, Kamala Harris. Why? Because they've been deceived by liberal medias. Americans want what they want. They want their country back, and they have spoken. Here, they don't only win the electoral college, he won by popular votes. And those of us who are immigrants who are shouting, oh, he's anti-immigration, he's a racist, sit down there. The people who own the country, they've spoken. There's nothing you can do about it. The same way, we have to take back our country. Let us speak. Speaking is just not only during the election. We shouldn't wait every 4 years before we take action. We should sit down and drop a 20-year plan of how to take over Nigeria. Donald Trump sat down and developed a 35-year plan of how he's going to become America's president. Isn't that crazy? 35-year plan, and they were reviewing it at every point in time. Go and check it out. 20 years now, he was watching, checking the landscape. Is it right for me to contest now? Is it right for me to contest now? You can call him anything you want to call him. You can call him Chris. You can give him any name you want to get. He was strategic. Can we be strategic? Can we develop a 20-year plan, a 30-year plan, or even a plan beyond our lifetime, but for the sake of our children, where we can transform and deliver Nigeria from the shackles of corruption? So, as we gather here, this Nigerian dream must transcend slogans and policies. It must become our way of life, embedded in our education, in our governance, in our communities, in our behaviors as leaders. As we gather here today to launch the collective force, let us also launch a movement where we inspire Nigerians to look beyond our differences and see ourselves as architects of a common dream. Together, we can construct a future in which every Nigerian from every region feels pride in our collective identity and purpose. I thank you all for your commitment, for your faith in Nigeria, for joining me and others in the pursuit of a unified vision, a Nigerian dream that drives unity, patriotism, and socio-cultural development. Thank you, and may we go forward in service in this inspiring mission. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Toye. That was phenomenal. Like your conversation was, very insightful. You spoke about the present day world. You spoke about how we need to be realistic. You spoke about how we need to, envision this beyond just 4 years. Also, every 4 years, everybody's excited. Oh, let's get this plan going again. We need to ensure that we have this plan properly stated out, properly drafted. We have, a roadmap, and ensure that we follow through. Another thing that you said is the Nigerian dream needs to be beyond just slogans and, policies. It needs to transcend and get into a way of life. We need to be able to live out what it is we're preaching. We need to be able to live out what it is, we're just saying. You see on Twitter, you see a quote, you get to this place, you see another thing that there's a fancy thing about making quotes and making the statements. We need to get right down to work, and that's what Dr. Toye Shobande has just distilled for us. Thank you so much, sir. We very well appreciate you for taking our time to be a part of this inaugural event, especially because you had to. I mean, look at his properly dressed. Oh my God, I think you need to give him a round of applause. Sir, I need you to speak. What time is it on your end?
It's just 7 o'clock now, so you are 7 hours ahead of me. So I've been up since 4 a.m. preparing and, envisioning what the room looks like and what to say, how to say, and to ensure that I don't offend anybody. But
we very much appreciate you. We know you have to run now. Thank you so much again. And
anybody has a question, they can ask.
Absolutely. You have a few minutes to take.
I have
questions.
A few minutes
Do we have any questions in the house? Any questions? 1, 2. I mean, you should be able to take about 3, and then we can let him go. Any questions or comments, contributions, or you have a contrary opinion to what he said. It was right behind you, actually.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Dr. Shubande, it's an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for, a very, very eloquent, and the word eloquent sounds patronizing. Let me say a very realistic approach to things. Maybe my question would be, we both know that, or we all know that this would require a lot of effort and a lot of bankrolling as well.
Yes.
So what I would say is, or maybe I'll throw it at you, sir. How do you propose that all of this is bankrolled? Because there is a system that is pervasively profitable on the status quo. And it's a hidden market behind what people are saying.
Yes.
And, to essentially contend with such forces, you have to be, you don't want to be seeking funding from the same sources
Yes.
as well. So how do you think we, put this together? We can have a conversation about it. I have my own ideas, and I think that's what your group was together for. But I'll be very interested, from your own point of view, how you see us addressing this challenge of bankrolling this change. Thank you.
Thank you for that contribution, and thank you for your kind words. I started my political journey as a young person. I was privileged as a very little boy to attend the political rally of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. I had no clue what it was about. I was just a child. But I read autobiographies of political figures across the globe. My dad is a big reader. He has books. I read books about Hitler. I read books about everything political. And I started out my journey reading and getting enlightened. I wasn't waiting for a third-party information. I verified information. So what I'm trying to say is this. The first point of calling bankrolling it is to fill our information bank with the quality of information that gives us insightful thinking that offers you the independence to make your judgment without bias from anybody. We have to. So I was also part of the Literary and Debating Society for my school as a young chap. From primary school, I was debating everywhere in Lagos. In secondary school, I was debating. I was president of the press club. I was debating. I was bringing political figures. One of my first debates that I remember that I won is the falling standard of education in Nigeria. That was in 1992. I was so excited about it. It propelled me. Then when I see my dad interact with his friends coming home, the quality of association and relationship is another bankable effort we must take. We must build relationship across fault lines. When, as a little child in primary school, I said I was going to work so hard to promote the unity of Nigeria by marrying outside of my tribe. I said it jokingly as a child. My friends will laugh at me. Today, my wife is not Yoruba. I'm Yoruba. My wife is not Yoruba. My wife is from the South. Coincidentally, what I said as a child came to pass. So if I decide to run for office now, I have family who can identify with me in the South region. That's a strategy, isn't it? Now, I'm not suggesting anybody should do that. I'm just saying that on a lighter note. So one bankable effort is to begin to build relationship across fault lines. Build relationship 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Do you have friends? I say it to people when I coach and I train, that if anything happens to you today, can you guarantee that you can raise $1 million through your friend? Who among your top 10 friends can give you $10,000 and they will believe that you return back their money? I tested it one time. I tested it among my friends. Let me know this friendship that we have been saying. What is the quality of this friendship? How many of my friends will get political appointment and will be on the table with Nigeria's president and I'll say, I know somebody that can do this job. Let me recommend to you, Shubande. Check your friends. Check your top 5 people who influence your life or top 10 people in your life. Do they have the capacity to introduce you to America's president? Can your friends open doors for you? The quality of relationship in your life right now, if anything should happen to you by death, how many people in your life and family, among your friends, can you guarantee will take care of your children the way you would take care of them when you are not there? If you are to write your will today, whose name would you put on your will? Who can take care of your child and your son and love them the way you would love them and not maltreat them if you are gone? Think about it. Take your paper and write it down as you are listening to me. Reflect your life on that. That is the value of relationship you must bank on. A relationship that is dependable. Look at Dr. Albert Igwe and his wife went in one day. Now, the question is, who is going to take care of their children? He said his best friend. He said it, we've all seen the videos that his best friend would take care of. He had a guarantee. So do you have that? When that incident happened, all the people who have been training, and I've been saying this to in the last 10 years, started calling me that thing you said was prophetic. It has come to pass. So I'm asking you a question. If anything happens to you now, do you have friends that can bail you out? Do you have friends that can call a governor and they will get what you don't? Do you have friends who are powerful? So we need to build. Now, I'm not saying compromise your personal values because you want to build relationship and use people towards. I'm not suggesting that. But I'm saying one of the most important aspects is relationships. Relationships are much more important than achievement. It's that relationship that will draw the resources into your life. And number 4 is exposure. Exposure to the right information, to be on the right side of history. And that requires a lot of discernment. And I'm saying that it requires a lot of discernment in the sense that it's an investment. You must be ready to invest. Investment requires sacrifice. Now, we don't have a volunteering culture. And I've been telling young people, I started volunteering as a young chap. I remember after I left secondary school, the first place I volunteered for was a teaching college. I said I wanted to volunteer to start teaching young students. And they said, okay, you know what? You are not going to volunteer. We're going to pay you. I was teaching. Then I started volunteering for a soccer club. I founded the soccer club for young boys. I started coaching them. Then one day I volunteered. AIT was just about to start at that time. In 1996, myself and my friends, we went there. I was at the Polytechnic studying accounting. I was volunteering with AIT. I was part of It's Our Time. I was always on TV every weekend. We will record. I started learning about media. We will record. We talk about Nigeria. All the books and all the information. I started putting it out there. As I was doing it, I was making sacrifice. I used to trek from Oshodi to Abule Egba to be able to take a bus to go to Agbado. Sometimes I used to trek from Oshodi down to Kollington bus stop to go and do a shoot in AIT. As a young chap, I would trek for hours and we were not paid a dime. But those investments paid off. Those investments paid off because I built a network. I met with important people. I met with Dr. Larry Zamuji in those days when he started his sports. It used to be a Chejile. His surname used to be a Chejile before he changed to Zamuji. I met a lot of powerful people. I made those sacrifices. I had an encouraging family. My dad encouraged me, supported me. I started investing in other social cultural organizations. I started sharing my ideas. And as I was doing that, I was building the network. Then I found myself in Obafemi Awolowo University. I started encouraging clubs. Let us set up political clubs where we do political education amongst ourselves. Now, when you do that network, outside of money, it is easier, it is faster, even though it takes time, but you can call on it. There are people, when I was in Ife, who started businesses just by my encouragement to them. I invested in that. There was a gentleman who said he wanted to start selling tapes. He would go to Lagos. So I gave him 6,000 naira then to invest in his business. The business blew up. I've forgotten about it. Then one day he called me and said he has some profit for me. I said, oh, really? And he gave me money from profit from the business. When we're in Ife in those days, we're selling pure water. We're doing photocopy machine. We're doing all sorts of business. We're doing Okada. I had investment in Okada. Okada just started then. I had all sorts of investment in everything. I was just putting all the little resources everywhere. So what I'm saying is, we don't wait till the election process before we start looking for money. Because money is not what is going to only do the thing for us. Let me give an example of Donald Trump. And I'm sorry, forgive me if you're not a Donald Trump fan. This guy has been giving money to all the political office holders for years, for more than 20 years. He was funding all of them, down to the Clinton family. He was funding all of them. The day it came for him to call the favor, they didn't have a choice. They had to show up for him. Why do you think he's the only one? People think he's a madman. If he's a madman, how is he winning? They say, no, it's because look at the numbers. So what I'm trying to say is this. Our strategy is not noodles. It's not 2 minute noodles. Our strategy must be 30 years, 35 years. And there is no guarantee that you'll be alive to fulfill it. That is not a vision. A vision that you're alive to fulfill by your own power is not a vision. It has to transcend your existence. It has to transcend your lifetime so that other people will catch the flame. When you do all of these few things, the other things, you will attract the resources, you will attract the quality of people, you will attract the human resources and the financial resources. I don't know if I made sense to you. Just those basic, relatable things. Basic, relatable things. Attend a political party meeting. Join a political party. Get involved in the media. Hold the media. Have the media under your armpit to share your own story so that they will not silence your voice. And thank God for the liberalization of social media today. You can say whatever you want, but you must say it with sense, because one day it may come back to haunt you. We've seen that during ministerial nominations. You must be careful with the things. I don't engage in quarrel on social media. If you abuse me, no problem. It will not show on my body. One day, my driver was quarreling on the road and they hit the car and came back. And I said, why were you quarreling? He said the guy called him a dog. And I said, he called you a dog. He said, yes. So you now have to go and beat him up because he called you. I said, you have proved people right that you are a dog. You have proved people right that you are a dog by going to fight. So what I'm saying is, hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Clean,
Okay.
cut, clear.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, we must overlook the toxicity in the society and do what we have to do that appeals to our conscience. Follow your conscience, but make sure you do everything that honors God and who shows honor to other human beings. You must honor God. Other human beings are equally very important. Honor people. Show respect to people. Don't think you are superior to other people. Don't think you are better than other people. Don't force your opinion down other people's throat. Be accommodating. Be loving, be kind. We need to be kind. When I'm driving on the road, I used to enjoy something. In those days when I'm driving on the road and somebody wants to enter and they're indicating, I will look at the beauty of the car, say, Lord, I want to buy this car one day. I will allow the person go in. I will allow the person go in. I used to dream, I said, one day I want to buy a Jeep too. I will allow the person. No, I'm not encouraging materialism. I'm just encouraging kindness. I'm saying kindness in the little things. In the little way you treat other people around you, in the little way, you see, people need hope and they need somebody to help them, with hope. And you can be that source of hope for them. On the road, I don't quarrel with people. That's why my car is never brushed. My car is never stained with anything. If you want to, I will allow you to go in. I will not carry the road on my head. I'll just go there on my own. So in those little things, the way we do things, especially when you go to church service, after the anointing service and people are fall down under the anointing, check the car parks of those churches and see the behavior of Nigerians. How they'll be struggling and they'll be refusing to give each other, and they'll carry out. People who just finished speaking in tongues, rakashikite, and they'll carry out, they'll refuse to allow somebody to go in. And I say, Kai, this fruit of the spirit now, wow. You just fell down under the anointing now. The anointing just carried you and slammed you down. And yet, you cannot be kind to your neighbor. Let's be kind. Our country needs kindness. You might think kindness is intangible, but it's powerful. It's powerful to the transformation of lives that you will encounter. It's powerful to the transformation of lives around you. Kindness is a major value. The culture is so harsh. We were raised harshly. The way our parents discipline us, speak harshly to us, beat down our self-esteem, help us build resilience. But we must not give that harshness back. We must also reciprocate by showing kindness to other people, by showing love to other people, by recognizing other people and honoring other people. Let me stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Tui. Respect for the rule of law, respect for people, respect for the environment. And, all of those speak to the mission of the collective force. We want to thank you once again. He has to go, but in his absentia, we say thank you so much, Dr. Tui. And hopefully we would have you sometime soon again.
Yes,
okay,
please.
So at this moment, we would be having our tea break. I mean, it's been such a power-packed session so far for the past couple of hours. So we'll be spending the next 5 to 7 minutes having some tea, coffee, sandwiches, and we would be back here by 2:26 p.m. West African time. Okay, so I am getting an information. Oh, interesting. Welcome back, sir.
Pastor, thank you. Oh, I called him Pastor because thank you so much. Please, can we put our hands together to appreciate? Thank you for. He had to wake up I think it was 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. where you are, and he had to dress up to take this, to look sharp. Thank you so much. God will honor you. Thank you. It shows that you've been committed. God bless you. Please, a round of applause for him again.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Take your leave now. Thank you very much.
I wanted to say something that skipped my mind.
Right, sir.
I studied something with the American police, and I found out that all the tech companies have, I don't know whether it's a compulsion, whether it's voluntary, I don't know how the structure runs, but all their employees give to the political party of their interest. In fact, most of them were compelled to give to the Democratic Party. Can we have entrepreneurs dedicating a certain percentage of their income, the money they are making, and that of their employees to political parties? Put it in an escrow account, identify a political party that aligns with your ideology, and let's start giving part of our salary as the way we give tithe. No, I'm not saying 10%. I know tithe is very controversial for people. I'm not going in that direction. But I'm saying maybe 2%, 5% of your income. Set it aside.
Like Shola, this is MD of a bank. Is here.
Is an
Joba.
Shola Adeyinka, I could see Shola Adeyinka there. Yes, Shola can afford 50% of his income. Shola is my body. When Shola started his first business in OAU, it was a bookstore. Shola used to bring books to I used to buy as much as 30,000 naira worth of books. I'm not lying. He's sitting there. He can testify to it. I remember the first time he took me to his bookstore in Sports Center when I went back after I graduated, and he told me what he had done. And he just started in a very humble way. He would bring books to my room. I would pay for it. I love books a lot. So most of the books I bought then, I bought from Shola. He's there. He can testify to what I'm saying. What I'm saying, I was part of the political movement in Ife.
Just not 30,000.
So what I'm saying that Shola can, at least, I know he can guarantee us 40% of the income of the business to the political party of our choice. Then we can now have a board of trustees to oversee how that money is going to be dispensed to the right political party. That's the campaign I want to start in 2025, that Nigerian youth should start at least putting about 2% of their income towards a political party that they want to support. Just put it in an escrow account and have an auditing firm oversee how that money is spent and what is spent for, and how accountability is not part of our culture. Accountability is not part of our culture. We have to learn to build the Nigerian dream. We have to learn to be accountable. Accountability, you see, if I am not accountable to my children, there's something my wife and I started some years ago. We sat our children down and we asked them a question. What is it that mommy and daddy does that you don't like? Tell us, give us a feedback. My daughter looked at her brother and they started laughing at us. They said, really, you guys want to hear? The feedback they gave us was suicidal. It was not palatable. We wanted to pass out. But you know what? It has become our family culture. My daughter is not afraid to tell me anything that is not bad. I get angry. I say, you are talking to me like that. I'm your father. You are disrespecting. After a while, I'll calm down. The girl is saying the truth. One day, she told me, she looked me in the eye. I said, Daddy, you must learn to accept feedback, You must learn to take feedback. I wrote an article on it. I wrote a leadership article on it. So when you grow up in a culture like that, there's power distance in our culture. There's a hierarchical structure whereby you cannot look at your leader and tell the leader the truth. I have been part of powerful meetings with big people, and they'll be lying to themselves, and I'll be looking at them like this. They'll be lying, and be using Bible to lie, and I'll be, see this, the evidence is clear, they're lying, because there's no accountability. We need accountability. Some men get angry when their wife call them. So on Ibolowa, where are you? Why are you asking where I am? I'm on the way. Oh, God, calm down. If you are not doing anything wrong, there's nothing wrong in anybody asking you, where are you? You should be accountable. Be accountable to your children. Be accountable to your spouse. That's where it starts. If you are not accountable to your wife at home, you will not be accountable with government resources, and we cannot trust you. So what I'm saying is, account for the money by putting it in a place whereby there will be two entities, institutions that will oversee the how to dispense that funds. Let us start a collective campaign where we'll encourage Nigerians to give at least 2% of their income to a political party that will help grow and groom a political ideology towards the transformation and development of Nigeria. Then it will now also help us carry out education of Nigerians, political education for Nigerians. Number 3, it will also now help us define a leadership recruitment criteria and process for selecting the ideal candidate that will lead Nigerians, not only at the presidential level, at the governorship level, at the state house, at the local government. Let us start with the local government. Let us start sponsoring local government chairmen to begin to win elections. Let's do it. Let's start from there. Let's start sponsoring local councils. There, small, identifying candidates. I don't have a division to go and start from the top. But I can go and become local government chairman in my village. I'll start from there. Go. It will take a while. And there must be accountability. Just like they sign agreement in the political party, you will sign to us that you must not violate the ethics and the value systems that we are building. And it will show, if you want to run for political office, we must run your finances. How did you make your money? How did you become a millionaire? We must know. For you to run political office in Nigeria, we must determine how did you become. Tell us your story of how you made your first million. And the story must be authentic. Not that I used to buy goat. Not that story of I used to buy goat and sell goat. Then from goat, I now became the owner of McDonald's. That's not the kind of story you are saying. No. You must show us your 20 years bank statement. Your bank statement of 20 years, the bank you have been banking with, the money that came into your account, how did it come into your account? What is the nature of business that you are doing? Then we must run credit check on you. And we must also do criminal background check on our political aspirants. Those are the things I want to suggest going forward. And that's what the 2% of your income will start. Then let us go and set up political clubs in secondary school. Organize national debates of political transformation among secondary school students and primary school students. Begin to create a consciousness in them. Set up clubs, sponsor, give them scholarship. Begin to organize political symposium for them. Let's start from that so that by the time they are 18, they will vote for the candidates we want them to vote for. We'll do indoctrination from them. Then let us go to our churches and ask our pastor, sir, how much of our tithes are we using for the transformation and building of value systems in our congregation? You have a right to ask your pastor what he's doing with your tithes. Go and ask him. Ask him what are they? Don't just organize all those big conferences that they be giving big honorarium is useless. It's not changing Nigeria. It's not conference that will change Nigeria. It's not conference. It's not fasting and praying. I believe in fasting and praying. I fast and pray, but I'm saying practical concepts that can show tangibly in people's lives, where you do political education, then so that we can cure this savior complex, thinking we are better than the politicians there. You are not better until you have been given power. We can't trust you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Pastor. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Toe. Thank you very much. At this point, we will have to let you go because if you stay here, we will not leave. You can see how passionately he speaks, and it's because it resonates right deeply at what matters to him. You can see the practical solutions. Thank you very much. A round of applause for him again. Thank you very much. We have students in our midst. We have people with very tight schedules. We reject the itinerary, the event schedule a lot of times today. So we're still on mark to earn that 3 p.m. It's going to be a tall order, but I want you to please walk with us. This is a marathon. So we are not faced by the start. This is just the start. What's the point of a collective without coming together, right? So we're going to go for a tea break now, but the tea break, and that was the information I wanted to pass across to her. We are not going to be able to network and stand at the back and have the tea break. You have to go get your tea break materials and come back. We would like to present the award participation to Chrisland so that they can go. Dancehall has to go, so we crunch that into that space. Shola has to go. Literally, we want to end by 3 p.m. We have our speakers in-house, our panelists are in-house. Pastor Muiwaro, God bless you, sir. Dr. Toye was talking about relationships. I see Pastor Wumi. You see, there's a lot of pastor. Maybe I should, because I really wanted this to be a circular event, and it is a circular event, but the people that work with people the most are the spiritual leaders and the HR consultants and the medical doctors and the capitalists, the people that employ workforce. So the audience was actually well selected. We wanted people who worked with people. You're either employing people. This is an MD of a bank. He is Nest Hub, so they are incubators. He has about 3 businesses, and these are our speakers. And it was deliberate choice. Pastor Muiwa is Citizens of Light Church. Thank you so much for coming. God will honor you. Thank you for being in the audience. Pastor Toye, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. My love to Pastor Muiwa. It's been a long time. Thank you. Send me well to him. I used to enjoy our conversations back in Ife. And thank God everybody is living their dreams now.
Approach you said we can use the collective force as a platform to do that. And I know that we will circle back with you and do a lot of work together. We have a lot to do. and we have a lot ahead of us. So, without further ado, you can stand up, go for your tea break, bring them, and then we can just carry on as we go on, so we can crunch time. Dr. Toye, thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you again, sir. Have a good one.
Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Already, at you ready.
Clouds go gray, thunder roars and the earth sings. The season's just beginning. Sunlight it hides as the clouds make way for the pouring of my blessings. I will not be afraid. I see it now, I understand, I know. So I embrace it, dance in the rain. It's for my seat.
Please, let's not forget that we're just supposed to grab a cup of coffee, grab some snacks, pastries, and come back to your seat so we can have this event continue in due course. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
It's green, let you see. The harvest is ready, 'cause the Lord of the harvest told me so. It's green for me. It's green for me. Standing alone can be a heavy load, but my vows I won't be breaking. Though my heart is aching, I got a word and I won't let go. It's your will I'm seeking, so I keep on believing. I see it now, I understand, I know. So I embrace it, dance. Once again, it's time for me to grow. For every prayer and every tear I've sown, Lord of the harvest knows I'm reaping joy 100-fold. The land is green, it's green, oh, oh. The land is green, it's green, and you see, the harvest is ready, 'cause the Lord of the harvest told me so. It's green for me. I thought it was over, thought you were done with me, but we're just beginning. Whoa, my life is a journey. I will walk with you, I will go where you want me to. Yes, I will go. The land is green. Yeah. He told me that the land is green. Hey, yeah. The land is green. It's green. Oh, oh. The land is green. It's green. Can't you see? The land is green. It's green. Oh, oh. The land is green. It's green. Can't you see? The land is green. It's green. Oh, oh. The land is green. It's green. Can't you see? I can see all the harvest is ready, 'cause he told me so. It's green and it's all mine.
So you don't want two wins. Because as it is, I mean, so you just want something like this, and then everybody comes in.
Exactly. So and then
as the clouds go gray. The thunder roars and the earth sings. The season's just beginning. The sunlight it hides as the clouds make way. For the pouring of my blessings, I will not be afraid. I see it now, I understand, I know. So I embrace it, dance. In the rain, it's for my seed to grow. For every prayer and every seed I've sown, Lord of the harvest knows I'm reaping back 100-fold. The land is green, it's green, oh, oh. The land is green, it's green. Can't you see? The harvest is ready, 'cause the Lord of the harvest told me so. It's green for me. It's green for me. Standing alone can be a heavy load, but my vows I won't be breaking. Though my heart is aching, I got a word and I won't let go. It's your will I'm seeking, so I keep on believing. I see it now, I understand, I know. So I embrace it, dance. Once again, it's time for me to grow. For every prayer and every tear I've sown, Lord of the harvest knows I'm reaping joy 100-fold. The land is green, it's green, oh, oh. The land is green, it's green. Can't you see? The harvest is ready, 'cause the Lord of the harvest told me so. It's green for me. I thought it was over, thought you were done with me, but we're just beginning. Whoa, my life is a journey. I will walk with you, I will go where you want me to. Yes, I will go. Come on. You told me that the land is green. Hey, yeah. The land is green. It's green. Oh, oh. The land is green. It's green. Can't you see? The land is green. It's green. Oh, oh. The land is green. It's green. Can't you see? The land is green. It's green. Oh, oh. The land is green, it's green. Can't you see? I can see all the harvest is ready, 'cause he told me so. It's green and it's all mine. Stand in the rain as the clouds go gray. The thunder roars and the earth sings. The season's just beginning. The sunlight it hides as the clouds make way. For the pouring of my blessings, I will not be afraid. I see it now, I understand, I know. So I embrace it, dance. In the rain, it's for my seed to grow. For every prayer and every seed I've sown, Lord of the harvest knows I'm reaping back 100-fold. The land is green, it's green, oh, oh. The land is green, it's green, let you see. The harvest is ready, 'cause the Lord of the harvest told me so. It's green for me. It's green,
Okay. It would be nice for everybody to be on their sit. Hello. All right. So we're going to continue the discourse, the pre-launch discourse. Um, I tell my team members that there's something that social capital can do for you that money cannot do for you. So I want to appreciate everyone. I do not take your time for granted. Calling for a discourse like this on a work day is a bet on your social capital. You are betting that you are that important in people's schedule. And I don't take it for granted. I do not take it for granted. I think Joba just landed from Germany this morning. We were talking, all the while, very short notice. I have Dr. Dr. Yemi Oshinaike had to run through different schedules to be here. The MD of Vail Finance, Sholade Yinka, Mr. Adewale Odegbeson. I didn't pronounce that name properly. Please correct me. Onogbeson. Thank you. These are seasoned speakers that we have in the house. There's one thing I can assure you all, that we're in for a ride. And I've said that because there's no other way out. We have to inductively reason ourselves out of this hole that we are in. And I'm not going to give a speech. I'm just trying to make sure that everybody settles in. There's this thing with my voice that I believe that if I start to do, you can just take the seriousness of purpose. My brother, friend, Justin Jagede, all of them, they are there. I want everybody seated so that I can call a few people up. Chrisland, the schools have to close, so they want to be on their way. Shola Adeyinka will come up. Then we'll have my brother here, Mr. Onogbeson. Yes. And then my own part of the thing, you will see it from the doings. It's not work, it's not talk. You will see me on the road. You will see me putting mobile toilets in beggar, making people don't open defecate. There's nothing I want to say that Chrisland did not say. There's nothing I want to say that Dancehall will not say. There's nothing I want to say that Dr. Toye have not said. So it's not about verbal dexterity. It's about workings. So I'm going to have enough respect for our time to let us at least start lunch by 3:30 or 3. We'll try and crunch everything together. And then obviously we can't have the panel session anymore. And my respect and my apologies to all of my brothers. Shaye Ogun, is your prayer. Shaye is a capitalist. Shaye has 3 businesses, employs people. I really wanted him, and there's this thing that I'm trying to do, and I think that's the only thing I'll say before I call Shola out. There's this thing about us 40-year-olds. I think we're at the bridge. It's my own personal pattern. I was 42 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I was 42 weeks ago. most people on the speaker list were 40 this year. There's this thing with this band, this 40-year-old band. I think Dusin Rekon was 42 days ago or so. Yesterday, Pastor Debola Dejikurumi was 40. Akpo Ben. And when you see what these guys are doing, you understand that there is a dichotomy between the old and the new that they hold. And if we form a band of mentors, there's something phenomenal that we can do to this nation that nobody will ever see coming. And I'm very, very sure about that. It's something that I can feel from the core of my inside. Right? So, I'm going to get off the stage. Have I jacked this train? I have. I've hijacked it. I want you to please help me put your hands together for my team. I have an amazing team. Dari Idris, Adeshola Ajibari, Kasim Arogundade. I will mention your name anywhere. I have an amazing team. Please help me put your hands together for them. These guys, they make me look good. And I know why I'm saying that. You guys might not understand, but because I might not come back here to say any other thing. But without any other further introduction and any other thing, I would like us to quickly give a certificate of participation to Chrisland. I would have wanted you guys to stay towards the end, but they really have to go. We will also present you with a token of 100,000 naira for participating. There's something about putting your money where your mouth is, and putting your mouth where your money is. It putting your money where your mouth is? Yeah, put your money where your mouth is. I have educationists in the house. Who would I call to present this award now? They have a certificate of participation at the back. Once we present their certificate and their stuff, I will call up Mr. Shola to do his thing, and then we can take it off from there. And Dancer will come up after them. We'll do the quick presentation. Mr. Odegbesan will come up after, and then we'll go ahead. All right. So I would like to. Sorry. What about the palace? Tell me. I'm going to call Mrs. Adegwe, and I'm going to call Chief Mrs. Okay. So I'll call Mrs. Adegwe to help me present this first, because she's an educationist. My mom retired as a level 17 director of education in Lagos State. So if we have educationists in the house, I would like them to do the honors. Please, can you get them a microphone so that... Okay, but you can come up the stage, please. Bring Chrisland, please come. Bring their certificate of participation. I'm trying to crunch all of this together because it's important. Thank you so much for... By the way, they heard about this. They got the letter officially 24 hours. And I'm not kidding. So we've been sending notifications to an email that is HQ, like headquarters. So somebody saw the emails. I'm like, guys, you're sending... So called us like, you're sending this thing to the wrong person. Call this person. So we started sending to the other person. Long and short, they got on a meet-and break. They were able to access the mail. When we went there for confirmation on Monday, that was Monday that they got this official letter. And they started preparing on Monday. And see how well they did. So if we give them... It was supposed to be a debate, but they couldn't prepare for a debate anymore. And it was now participate and we'll split the reward between the two of you. And so I'll let them take over from here and then...
Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. I want to sincerely appreciate this team, the people from Chrisland, the students from Chrisland High School. Because I'm a public person too, I have worked with the Chrisland owner some years back. I traveled with her to Cross River State. And during that time, I met with her. I went to her house. We spoke a lot. After which, I asked one of my friends to come and put as our daughter in that school. So I've been part of that school for a long time. And when I met with all the children, all the mama's children, I met with all of them. I'm in love with Chrisland. I don't know why. Today, when I saw these ladies, I first of all came across one of them, the ladies, and she greeted me. She said, "I like your outlook, mommy." And I said, "Wow, beautiful. From which school are you?" And he said, "Chrisland." I said, "I'm not surprised." And so when they got up here, the two of them speaking, and I told my mommy that is speaking, that is sitting with me, my friend, my mommy friend, and I said, with these girls, I'm good to go, that we can even live from now. Not knowing that we have pack of wonderful speakers in the house. When I listened to the doctor, I said, Boni your duty, I want people for goodness sake. And I'm like, this is wonderful. Also, when that doctor spoke, online, I said, okay, thank God for today. Nyoju, I'm proud of you. For making me to meet people, quality people, valuable people, men and women of substance. I'm grateful to God. And I'm grateful to all of you. On behalf of the collective force that brought all of us here, I want to give this certificate of participation to Chrisland High School, headed by the teacher here, my colleague. You are my colleague. Once a teacher, always a teacher. I want to appreciate you sincerely. I want to thank you for the work you are doing. Once you see the product of a teacher, you will be proud. These are your products, and we are very, very proud of you. So on behalf of the collective force, I'd like to present this certificate of participation to you, ladies. Thank you for coming. And there is no doubt in my mind that you are going higher. You will make it in life. You will excel in everything that you do. And you are presenting your school with a good image. Continue doing that. And I pray that everyone that has contributed to your success, they too will be successful. Their children will be successful. As our children, as teachers, are successful today, we are praying that your own children will be successful. Children, God bless you. Thank you for coming. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Mommy. Thank you, Chrisland School. Thank you so much, Mom. I mean, I mentioned earlier that these ladies have just, further made me a proud woman. Interestingly, just like he was saying, when we went to visit Chrisland, we were having this conversation, and I mean, no offense to our very male gender in the house. He did say something. He said that when it comes to, debates, the trend, actual data says that the women folk are better. Dr. Odusi, I didn't expect anything less. Anyways, he did mention that the women folk, raw data, he's the one in the school field. He said that for men, they are quite conservative when it comes to having like this sort of discourse. And this is just to crave the indulgence of all the men in the house to stand on their feet and give a round of applause to everyone and single woman in this house. Please rise on your feet and appreciate all the women in this house, young and old. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Thank you very much. And thank you to our male folk. What would we do without you? Like, what would we do without you? Okay, so we would be proceeding in this event and would be calling on our very own Mr. Shola Adeyinka. I mean, we've sang his praises. Like, he's a capitalist. He's done so much in wealth creation, social reform, human capital development. And he's going to be speaking to us about the merits of capitalism driven by strong work ethic, a catalyst for mind shift and improved standard of living in Nigeria. Sir, please, we welcome you. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, all protocols duly observed. I'm going to make it very short. It's just 10 minutes, and I think I heard Dr. Toye Shobande speaking, and of course, I think he has touched on a number of things I would like to speak about. I'd just like to share a concept with us in the house this afternoon, and it's about our nation. I know that what we're doing in the collective force is really about how do we move forward as a country. Like I was speaking in an event about 2 weeks ago, and I said, Nigeria has the highest number of poor people in the world. So let's give context to that. We are not saying that Nigeria has the highest percentage of poor people in the world. We are saying Nigeria has the number, like when you count the number of poor people in the world. We have more poor people in Nigeria than India. We have more poor people in Nigeria than China. Nigeria actually has 133 million people that are multidimensionally poor. India, that has over a population of 1 billion, has 129 million people. And I want that to sink into us, because when we begin to look at that, and I was saying this, that, and speaking about, the topic is the merit of capitalism driven by strong work ethic. And I was trying to combine this with, and honestly, not to overflow the religious matter, is the fact that Nigeria is really a religious nation. So if we are a religious nation and we have the highest number of poor people, then we need to ask ourselves a few questions. How do we translate our faith-based values? And of course, when you look at, depending on whether you're a Muslim, you're a Christian, I believe that any of that which a lot of Nigerians practice speaks to hard work. But I think we're gradually losing touch with hard work as a nation. And that's what I'm going to just speak about this afternoon. How do we introduce hard work? How do we get people to realize that they can stretch and make a meaningful contribution? There are a lot of things wrong with the country. I don't know, for a lot of us in the last 24 hours, I think almost there's no power in Nigeria. The grids are down, healthcare, education, and all of that. But I still think that with hard work, we can push our nation forward. It doesn't solve 100% of the problem, but I think it's also a critical contribution that if we make, we move us forward. And it starts with how we think about it. I think the concept of luck, the concept of grace, the concept of favor has been overstretched in Nigeria. And we need to take a step back and ask ourselves, how do we actually ensure we put in the hard work to move our nation forward? There's this thing I tell people. Unfortunately, we won't all be lucky. And that's the truth. Unfortunately, we won't all be lucky. It's like when you see a young person tells you, oh, what do you want to become? And the guy says, you can see Davido. Davido is a musician, he's very rich. Or Messi is a footballer. Even in those areas I've mentioned, skill is required. There will only be how many of Messi that you're going to achieve. How many music stars are you going to get? So it tells you that we need to begin to look at how do we provide something that the majority of people will go to, and that is what is missing. Think about illustration of agriculture in Nigeria. You know, gradually, we are having and we are setting up ourselves for a food crisis in Nigeria. I'm sure you already know that. I'm sure there are basic things a lot of us used to see when we were growing up that today it's tougher. I don't know how many of you there was a time, I'm actually telling the truth, there was a particular Sunday during the raining season. I drove a considerable distance looking for roasted corn, and I did not find it. No jokes. I didn't find it. These were things that when we were growing up, almost every one of us, we were planting corn. We planted. I'm sure if you have to count the number of people that just behind you, just do it. It was like a second nature. Do you understand? It was like, yes, you were going to school, you were doing every other thing, but along with it, just create it. And it took hard work. We cut grass, we did everything. In fact, I was telling my son recently, I was having a discussion with my wife, and I said, man, my son is going to boarding now, so. And my wife was like, how? And I'm like, he has to go and learn. And we're like, well, that discourse is still going on. I've not won the battle yet. I hope I will win the battle. Because there are some values you need to step back and say, how do we get these values back into our people? And it's the concept of we telling ourselves we can stretch. We are not just going to stay within our comfort zone. We're not just going to stay within what is available, what is comfortable for us. What is hard work? So we need to move away from the concept of I just need to work smart. Yes, you need to work smart, but you actually need to work hard. Now, let me tell you one of the things I've discovered. At least I have a lot of strong relationships in the church. Pastor Muiwa is here, and I have a number of Christian pastors, and let me keep my own identity for now. But I will shock you, or it will shock you that most of the time, even when our pastors preach about grace to us, the ones that are impactful are working, permit me, they are working their asses off. They are working like no man's business. I have pastors that sometimes you ask yourself, when does this pastor sleep? Like really, because he's moving from this program, he's doing this online one, he's moving to this, and he's making an impact. But yes, because we still need to communicate the miraculous to people. We still need to tell them about grace. But the people we're telling about grace are already lazy. So they cannot understand the place of, okay, this grace is an addition to working hard. So they translate it that when you tell them grace, it means, don't do anything. There's this joke I used to tell people when I was on campus. I was on campus in OAU. I was the academic secretary of my fellowship. And I used to share a joke. I said, just think about it. You're on campus here, your friend is studying medicine. He's not going to class, but he's very spiritual. He can pray. In fact, he prays so much that the day before the exam, the Holy Spirit shows him all the questions that will be asked tomorrow. And the guy gets there and gets the best in his class. And I say, fast forward 10 years, 20 years into the future. Your wife wants to give birth, and you get to the hospital. And you find that same doctor friend of yours, who you know never went to class, but had the anointing to always know the answers. Please, are you going to allow your family member be treated by that person? Let me tell you what I tell people. I'll just take you, please pray for us. When you finish praying, I'll give you a prophet offering. And I'll ask you that, please, can you direct us to the hospital where? And I'm serious. And we need to really take that step back. there needs to be a balance. There needs to be a balance on how. There also needs to be a balance on how we reward hard work. Because another problem we have in our nation is that we have stopped rewarding hard work. How do we treat our housemaids? There must be dignity of labor. And I'm serious. There must be, someone must say, if I am a mechanic, such that if your vehicle is not working fine and I get to it, I work on it, you don't talk me down. You speak with me with respect. And those are the things that is making us lose the concept of hard work. Because people, and I'm telling you the truth, and a lot of our children, we need to begin to work on it. We need to teach our children. Yes, we are blessed now, we are privileged, we have drivers. We need to teach our kids when they enter the car every morning to say good morning to the driver. Because that guy, yes, he is a driver, but it is dignity of labor. He's making his own vital contribution to the society. And we cannot make it look like, well, you are just a driver, you are just a nanny. It's one of the problems we have in this country. We need to begin to work on dignity of labor. When anybody is making a contribution, it doesn't have to look, that packaged. They want to all see it. And we must begin to teach our younger children. In fact, I have a serious burden for them. Because they've gotten to a point where they just see everything as privilege. They're so privileged. They're growing up under privileges. And they may not be able to see it. So one day, my son, who is less than 11, just over 10, asked me, why do we have to work? Why do we have to go to school? Like, my son doesn't like waking up in the morning, but to sleep in the night, you are going to have to beg him to sleep. 11, 12, he's just telling you, I can't sleep. You say, turn off the lights, just sleep. So in the mornings, it's always a struggle. And then he was like, Daddy, why do we have to go to school? And my initial response to him was, so that we make money. As I said it, I had to take it back. Because my father could tell me that I needed to go to school so that we could get money, because I grew up in a below middle class family. But to be fair with you, there are some privileges our children are growing up with today. That when I'm telling him so that we can make money, he doesn't have the full concept of money yet. Because number one, he's not seeing money. He doesn't understand scarcity. Unfortunately, I'm just trying to give you context. He wakes up, there's AC. When I was growing up, I'm sure I did not have a mattress of my own. Probably until I went to secondary school, I went to boarding house and they bought mattress for me. I probably slept on mats at some point. So when somebody told me, go to school so that you can sleep on a mattress, it made sense. When somebody told me, go to school so that I can go on vacation, my father never took me on vacation. So when somebody said, go to school so that you can work hard and go on vacation, it made sense. I finished university. I took my money to go to Ikoyi passport office to get my first passport. My son is on his second, his first passport has expired. You have gone to renew it. So then I changed why we needed to go to school. I said, because we need to save. I said, your mom, my wife, is a doctor. I said, when mommy does not go to work, people die. I said, there are people that if mommy does not go to work, their life ceases. I said, this is why daddy goes to work. Then I began to pick examples. I said, we go to work so that we can solve people's problems. And you have to rise up, you have to grow up and find one problem. I said, your teachers that teach you in school, they are solving the problem of giving you information. And then he gets it and said, okay, I see. But me just telling him so that we can have money, so that we can eat bread. The guy eats bread every day. He eats rice every day. Coke is nothing. He just goes into the fridge to pick it as much as he cares about. In closing, I want to challenge us as a country, and I want to challenge us as a people. We need to go back to working hard. We need to go back to creating solutions to problems, and it's not going to come easy. We need to go back to stretching. We need to go back to saying we don't have to sleep long hours. We need to go back to burning the midnight candle. We need to go back to saying we can create more than we are doing today. We need to go back to hard work. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. You were very succinct, and we very much appreciate you for that. Please, can we have a round of applause for him? Like the convener of the collective force mentioned, we would be having Dancehall School. The two representatives of Dancehall School come up stage to speak on the topic, the Nigerian of our dreams. Please put your hands together for them. Come up stage. Do we have their educator in the room as well? Okay. Hi. How are you? How you feeling? I hope you're not exhausted. You've been anticipating this, yeah? Take it on. Well done.
Good day, everyone. My name is Akonji Omobolanle. Yeah. Good day, everyone. My name is Akonji Omobolanle, a representative of Dancehall High School, and I'll be performing a speech titled "The Nigeria of My Dreams." Laughable, pitiful, and run down. These are a few of the words that linger in the minds of Nigerian citizens when they think of the state of the country we live in today. What will I eat tomorrow? Will my landlord give me an extension on my rent? How will I provide for myself and my family? How will I pay my children's school fees? These are just a few of the questions that plague the minds of numerous Nigerian citizens as they go about their day-to-day lives. The Nigeria we live in today is not the Nigeria my parents grew up in. That Nigeria was full of hope. This Nigeria seems hopeless in the eyes of its citizens. The Nigeria my parents grew up in was widely acknowledged as the giants of Africa. This Nigeria is one where citizens of numerous nations debate on whether our nation still deserves that title. The Nigeria of my dreams is one opposite to all this, one without hate and where insecurity does not reign. The Nigeria of my dreams is one without poverty, one where our citizens struggle for wants and don't struggle for needs. The Nigeria of my dreams is one not held back by corruption, one where every leader works in the best interest of every citizen. And the Nigeria of my dreams is one where our citizens don't live vicariously through others, but citizens of other nations live vicariously through us. To many, the Nigeria of my dreams may seem unachievable, like an unrealistic utopia born from a figment of my young and wild imagination. But to them, I say, yes, the Nigeria of my dream may seem distant and far away, but I believe with the right amount of work and effort from both leaders and citizens, the Nigeria of my dreams can become a reality. The painting that is Nigeria has been tainted by strokes of bribery, corruption, and hate. But as often said, in art, there are no mistakes, only unforeseen circumstances that a painter has to face. As citizens and leaders, we are both painters, so we have the ability to make a change. Unfortunately, some of us have gone astray and decided to paint a picture only for our gain. The rest of us have a choice to make. Will we keep on painting or jointly? Most of our citizens have chosen the latter and decided to focus on another picture citizens of other nations were resilient enough to paint. The Nigeria of my dreams cannot be achieved this way. The Nigeria of my dreams can only come to fruition when citizens take the power they have into their own hands to strengthen and better the nation. To put the afflictions we face to a halt, then we citizens must be brave and resilient enough to persevere and keep fighting. For the Nigeria of my dreams to be achieved, citizens need to stop dividing themselves based on the languages we speak. For the Nigeria of my dreams to be achieved, citizens need to stop abandoning their nation in the pursuit of a perfect reality which simply does not exist. For the Nigeria of my dreams to come to a reality, our leaders need to stop forgetting that they were once citizens. That is the Nigeria of my dreams. That is the Nigeria I want. And that is the Nigeria we all deserve. The transformation of this nation will not happen overnight. However, if we continue to fight, then the Nigeria of my dreams may finally come to light. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we had Akonji Omobolanle and Samantha Sojo. Thank you. So we would have our panelists. Mr. Sheye, don't worry, I'm not having you come on stage to speak. So let's have the representatives of Dancehall High School. If you, Aloy, could you kindly help me get the convener? Thank you. Let's have the representatives. Please come up stage. Thank you very much. Again, you guys, you're making me proud. Like, I'm happy to be associated with you both. Thank you so much. Let's have our panelists on stage. Mr. Sheye Ogun, Mr. Joba Oloba. Pastor Areo has left, I want to believe. And, oh, it happens that I'm also a part of the panel, so yeah. Well, a part of the panel. Okay, thank you very much. Can we have the dummy check as well? So I'm going to hand this over to you to do the presentation to Dancehall High School for their participation. We also have a token of appreciation to them as well. Here, this is for you. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to hand this over to you now.
Thank you very much. That was very good. And I can't say as much speech as Mom did, but I'm quite happy for what Nyodri has brought together. It gives us an opportunity to deliberately reshape and not just keep complaining. And seeing what the teachers are doing, and please, a round of applause for all the teachers in the house. So we spend more time at work and also in school, and it just makes sense that we've put the responsibility of what the next generation should look like, a huge part of the responsibility on the teachers. I'm a product of public schooling in Ife, not even in Lagos. And I understand how much effort our parents' friends made sure it was their responsibility for us to come out, how eventually we came out. So congrats once again. A round of applause for them. Yeah, so first picture, then I'll present this to you guys, and it's a wrap. Yeah, okay. Shaya, you two should talk.
Congratulations, guys.
This is presented to you. Congrats. Secretary of Participation. Join us now.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you, ladies, and thank you to our esteemed panelists. Thank you so much for representing the panel well. We'll be going on to our final conversation, our final speech for today. And to deliver this presentation is Adewale Onodbeson. He's the CEO of GPS Lab Africa, and he'll be speaking on breaking self-seeking stereotypes in Africa, fostering collective contribution through empathy and conviction. Please make welcome on the stage Adewale Onodbeson. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, yes. Let's do this in 10 minutes.
All right. Very difficult task. We're out of time, and this is why it's good to it's part of the conversation, punctuality, so that, if you come early, you can take a huge chunk of the time, and you don't have to spend 10 minutes. All right, so I want to first appreciate the convener for such critical idea at this critical time in the history of Nigeria. It's a very laudable initiative. So please let's put our hands together for the convener and his team. So I've been asked to talk about breaking self-seeking stereotypes in Africa, fostering collective contribution through empathy and conviction. And by training, I'm a historian. My first degree and my master's, even my doctorate in view, is in the field of history. And so when I'm privileged to speak on podiums like this, I try as much as possible to speak from the perspective of history. And given the fact that the conversation before us is highly historical, and so you would permit me to go the historical route. And the first thing I would like to talk about is the fact that we cannot break self-seeking stereotypes in Africa without understanding, some basic historical antecedent. African societies, cultures, communities, especially in Nigeria, were spaces created based on the principle of communalism. All right. And a very good example is the way our parents do things. For instance, you want to do a wedding. The wedding is a success already, right? Because your mom had probably done with some persons, showed up for other people, bought ashwebis before, and so your own, forget it. Somebody is coming with the water, somebody is donating, the rice, and all of that. So African societies, especially in Nigeria, were built on that communalist ideology. And so at a point in our history, it got eroded by the incursion of the colonial masters. As a historian, I don't always like to blame the colonialists, but we just have to talk about that fact. And so we saw how colonialism eroded all of these values, all of these systems. And so it also makes sense for me to talk about Ubuntu, which is something that Collective Force, advocate. Yes, Ubuntu is a very nice ideology, but we also need to educate ourselves on the fact that a number of these philosophies, even before Mandela and Desmond Tutu came up with this ideology, a lot of them existed even in our own society. A very good example among the Yoruba people is what we call the Agbajowo. All right, so there's the Agbajowo, ideology, philosophy across various Yoruba towns. I don't know how many persons have seen this movie, Lishabi. Okay, so thank you. So you probably saw the Arrow system, right? So these are communalist ideologies that existed across, various Nigerian societies. Another example of them is what the Kenyan communities during both pre to post-colonial periods call Arambi. So Arambi is also a replica of Ubuntu, where people believe in collective force in achieving social change. Let me move very quickly to talking about empathy. Empathy is not something strange to various African societies. All right. For instance, when Rwanda passed through the historical phase of the Rwanda genocide between the Hutus and the Tutsi. All right. One of the best, strategy they used in healing post Rwandan genocide was the strategy of empathy. And even in South Africa, when they wanted to deal with apartheid and move forward with that, during the Truth and Reconciliation Commission activities, empathy was something that was emphasized because they believed in empathy as a strategy to healing from the past. Unfortunately, in the case of Nigeria's history, when Nigeria experienced the Biafran War, specifically from 1967 to 1970, even up until now, historians have continued to have conversations around the fact that there's a need for us to heal. All right, we can't just have a country where we think that, Biafra is, that is not true. I served in Enugu for my NYSC, and I taught history in the school I was posted to. And you would not believe that out of the topics I taught, all of the classes I taught, I had to remove Nigerian Civil War as a topic. Because I don't want somebody's child to catch me after class and then, give me serious beating. That guy, what you are teaching it would open up, those wounds. And that is because that region of the country has not healed. And the best way for them to heal is for us to adopt the strategy of empathy. So until the federal government of Nigeria and across Africa, understand this concept of empathy to healing, we cannot create the change that we want. Another thing to talk about quickly is conviction. Yes, we want to talk about coming together to foster, a very dramatic and systemic change in Africa. But one of the things that we also need to adopt as strategy is conviction. I'll give you a very good example. Many of us have read about Pan-Africanism, right? When you read about the history of various Pan-Africanists, starting with, let's start from this side of Nigeria. People like Fela Anikulapo Kuti. People even told Fela, that guy, why are you stressing yourself? And that's something that is common to activists. People like, what? You're just wasting your time. Pan-Africanists like Fela, Haile Selassie, William Dubois, Marcus Garvey, Ahmed Sekou Toure, name them. Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, and so on and so forth. These guys, embarked upon the journey of Pan-Africanist struggle because they had this conviction. And so, as a people, if we must achieve progress, if we must create change, let me take Yonju as a very good example. The reason why Yonju is doing what he's doing with these collective forces based on conviction. That is just the fact. The reason why you're doing some of these things you're also doing is based on conviction. So we all, as change agents, must also be, we must also be convinced and support Yonju in this direction. All right. I'm trying to manage the 10 minutes I'm given. So now, what are the practical steps that I would like to leave us with so that I can wrap up with that? The first thing for us to do, like Yonju is doing right now, is, what I call community engagement initiative. Yonju has started with Collective Force. And the truth is, we don't have to go along the path of all creating, platforms and, initiatives like this. We can support Yonju. Just get a brochure, look at what they want to achieve in the next 40 years, right? How can I fit into this, into this vision? We all cannot be co-founders, founders, it is not necessarily if you are not convinced, except you have that conviction, all right? But if it is not so clear-cut, then you should support this initiative. So community engagement initiatives like this is very important. We also have to, establish what I call empathy building programs. In countries like South Africa, in Kenya, in Rwanda, they have what we call empathy building, groups. People come together, they take, courses, they involve in programs, politics, discussion that, helps them to understand the place of empathy. Like the doctor from the US talked about kindness. All right. So it is very important for us to instill this value in people. Another thing that is also important is that I want to believe that after this program, Yonju and his team will come up with what people call maybe a rapporteur report or a recommendation to various organizations, both government and multinational agencies, UNESCO to start with, to begin to shape policies and conversations on a larger scale. I made a joke on Twitter I think in September, when people went for hunger, right? I said every people go to hunger and, there's still hunger in the world. So Not because the conversation they're having there is not, but I've realized that over the years, people are just doing is talk shops. We have not really have, workshops, so we need to have that practical sessions. There's no point everybody flying to Onga every September of the year when we can't even feel the change. So I want to believe that Yonju would come up with recommendations from this program, and then involve the government, involve multinational agencies, universal multilateral bodies on what needs to be done. And finally, is that if you are here and you have government you work for the government, or you have an NGO that you're running, you can also be a part of this initiative and this conversation. So I want to believe that with all of these few points of mine within the well-monitored 10 minutes given to me, I've been able to drive home the point of starting with the historical dimension, to go into talking about Ubuntu and, of course, its variant and other flavors like Agbajowo, the Aro system, the Arambi in Kenya, to going to talk about empathy, which is very, very important. And then I also talked about conviction, which I believe that is a recipe for creating systemic change. People who are Pan-Africanists, who are activists, who have done something drastic, where people who had convictions. I mean, our moderator, Adeshola, right? I'm sorry, I forgot her name. Yeah, as we're talking about women, right? I want to give you an example. I want to make you proud. A woman like Fumila Ransom Kuti, when you read about her story, not just the first woman to drive a car, when you read about her story, how she drove change in Egba land in the historical period, it was based on conviction. To the point that she said the women won, but she lost. Her husband died of cancer because she was not, and she couldn't, give the husband a very good care because she was on the field from one protest to the other. So, but she did all of that based on conviction, right? And I want to believe that when we go this route, we are empathetic to our neighbors, to the cause that we believe in. We have this conviction, and then we are a part of initiatives like this. Then we can create the change that we want in Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Adewale. I apologize for. Oh, thank you. I apologize for having you speak in that short time frame. However, I mean, I think you were able to drive home very valid points, and I think that deserves a round of applause. Thank you so much, and thank you for honoring our invitation. At this point, we'll be going for lunch in a few minutes. I would be calling on the convener again. He's going to come up stage. Now, based off conversations here, the question is, oh yeah, all of this talks, interesting talks. What next? What is the actual call to action? And with all humility, I hereby invite the convener for the collective force in person of Adeyonju Adedoye. Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you. So we are left with us. A lot of people had to go. Everybody that is still here, it's not like you don't have anything to do. And I know that one thing that I know that I did is that I took a bet on my social capital. I say, it's always like what? I took a bet. It's not easy for you to call in the room people you've not seen in years. There's some people that have been in this room today that I have not seen in years. And I said, hey, come do something. I've never met Mr. Adewale or Degbeson before. Never did. Never did. I think about 90% of our speakers cancelled. 90. About 90% of our stated speakers. They couldn't make it. I had a cancellation at 11 p.m. yesterday. One of our keynote speaker canceled out of. He had to be somewhere, and someone told me this morning. He said, I just know once you're on the path of this. Sometimes great things. There's a lot of disappointment on the way, and I know. Um, I battled this thing for over a year. Like, I had a pulpit made my 39th birthday that I wanted to start the collective. I wanted it to be like a moral church. So I wanted to put out something. I just didn't have a release in my heart. I didn't have a release. Am I looking for fame? I struggled for over a year. You need to understand what it takes for somebody to every waking moment of the day. There is no day that I go out. When people are crossing the road in Bega, I'm uncomfortable. This morning we're coming, there's this lady, she was crossing the road. She didn't use the pedestrian bridge. And I started to imagine the kind of programming that is running in her mind that makes her devalue her life so badly that a pedestrian bridge is across her head and she decides to cross the road. Now, guess what happens? I think somebody was waiting for her on the other side. She was corporately dressed. And I exaggerate not. It took her approximately 4 minutes to cross Jota. I'm not exaggerating. You know what 4 minutes means? 240 seconds, if my math is right, to cross 2 lanes of road. She would have made that trip in 2 minutes. And she almost got hit. And now when she finished crossing, she started running. What she thought was going to save her time ended up wasting her time. And I don't think that there is any other illustration that I could give that can be so succinct to how much hardwire programming can fault our journey. I have cue cards, I have a speech. I was telling my team, I can't speak from a speech. I was reading my speech called Read, man. Because this thing is not a head thing, it's a heart thing. I can be intellectual about this thing and I can come and tell you the data, try to be intelligent about it. It's not a head thing. It's here. And the more we obnob with each other, there's something that is happening in this room at the moment. We're transferring energy between each other. And some people will never understand. It's like, what's all this? What's the meaning of all this fanfare? Some people will think it's a journey for clout. No, it's not. You have to create the atmosphere to transfer energy. And when the transference happens, because energy can never be created nor destroyed, but can be converted from one form to another. That's first law of thermodynamics, if I'm right. Am I right? Oh, no, it's not. Is it first law? It's Newton. Is that Newton? I get my physics mixed up right now. But it's simple. You're going to take out energy from this room, and if it's from what Dr. Debola Odosia said, because I felt like when he was speaking, he was flying over the room in a way, and I get it, because you need certain residual knowledge to be able to grab certain things. But I also knew what he was trying to do. He was trying to get us to be motivated from a reward perspective. So instead of telling you to come, don't trash stuff, be disciplined, he decided to put money or value in front of you so that at the end of the day you can do that thing and be motivated. Go ahead. Yeah. But I'm not going to take your time, but I think that everybody that really wanted to leave in a hurry had left. We have lunch for about 60, 70 people. I don't think we're up to that in the room. So don't waste our food. It's not like we have all the money. God has been merciful. It's a long haul. It's a long haul. I'm going to give opportunities to people in the room who want to speak. I'll take questions, feedback, contributions, so that we can galvanize a certain amount of momentum as we begin to wrap up. Now, this momentum, we will do with it great things. There are certain expressions that I would like to talk you through. We have the next 4 decades, the leadership, education, and reorientations for Nigeria, which is Learn, and the Friends of the Force. We had pictures. They went to put picture where I was making these people, they want to, I'm a serious man. No, they went to put picture where I was braided. So there's Friend of the Force. I think about 2 years ago, I speak to Friends of the Force. I think we had an outreach. You can let the pictures slide. I think I had an outreach about 2 years ago to just reach out to some of the force that was working on Christmas Day. And my belief with the force is, there are certain sects of our societal development that we have not activated, like lobbying and whatnot. The force as a colony, the force as a subset, the type of orientation that they need is different from the type of the orientation that the civil people need. Now, so when you see the way we have expressed the collective into expressions, we have catered the next 4 decades to the political and the economic space, where a band of 40-year-olds can come together and be mentors and strategically position proteges or themselves in favorable political spaces. I don't want to make references to political movements that has happened in recent history. NSAS is one of them. We lacked strategic direction for NSAS. NSAS was the place where we would have strategically positioned the youth to take this country. But there was tactics, there was no strategy. They wanted to listen to us. We said we didn't have a leader. When leaders say that, we said we didn't want them, and these were the youth. But we could galvanize funds. We were galvanizing funds like never before. We were going for rallies and we were cleaning up. There was that transference of energy, but there was no strategy. I made some tweets then. I said, if they don't ban social media with this thing that we did, because there was just lack of strategy. Now, there's a band of people, and I think that's why I identified my age band, because I can also see the trajectory of growth and relevance between the 40-year-olds. It's not like people that are not 40-year-olds are not doing anything. And it's not that if you are 41, you are not doing anything. I'm just saying that that age band, where you have a bridge between the 22-year-olds and the 50-year-olds, you understand a bit of why you should prostrate in an open gathering like this. And you understand when that woke guy is saying, what is wrong with them? They are always, you can be that bridge and bring people up and even position yourself for relevance. And that's what the next 4 decades is. In the next 36 years, Nigeria is going to celebrate its centenary 100. I'm getting signals I should round up because my mother is a teacher. She talks. Me too. The apple doesn't fall far from the trees. I can talk. If you leave me here, I will not leave by 7. I know. I will talk. My team, they know me. So I can see one of my TAs saying that I should wrap up. But let me finish these expressions. So there's the one for the leadership, the political and the economic space. The leadership, education, and reorientation for Nigerians is the one for the social space, the technology space, and the environmental space. So I did this thing with pestle analysis. So the P and E is the forward guys. The P and E is the next 4 decades. Position, political and economic leadership. The S and the T and the E is the leadership orientation. Now, the legal, which is the enforcers of the law, the custodians of the people that are going to do, is the friends of the force. They need a total different type of orientation. If you give them social reorientation, it's almost like you are demilitarizing them. They are programmed to run in a certain way. So you have to design their own form of education in a particular way. And that's the three expressions that we have. I think we will run like a moral church. So every Saturday, every other week, you will see somebody come up. There's going to be a webinar. There's going to be social impact programs. There's going to be social interventions. Like you said, I'm looking for corporate social responsibilities from companies to help me donate like 30 toilets or 300 toilets around Berger. Have you seen that corridor? Have you seen the open defecation on Berger? It's amazing what people will just open defecate everywhere. Right? So these things are not high-sounding things we want to talk about. They are real-life stuff. Ambulance is coming. You cannot leave the road. What if it's your family member that is inside? Please let me give Mrs. Akilme a microphone. And I think it's time for the audience also to speak back. So please, ma'am, go ahead.
Yes, I just responded to what you said. While driving and you find an ambulance shouting right behind you, because we found ambulances carrying rice and they will still make the same noise. I was waiting for the right time to actually get up and talk. And the first thing, I'd like to say thank you, Yoju. I am also very proud of you. Thank you for bringing people of like minds together.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I also like to say this quickly to every one of us here. Sometimes when I think about what is going on around us in Nigeria, with all due respect to all my elders that are here, I have a strong feeling that the last two generations, including mine, we have failed this nation. Misplaced priorities. Everybody's, running around this mad race for money. A lot of money that they actually stole, in quotes, were invested in other countries. Some of them, even their relations, don't even know they had such money there. And they've been using the money to develop other countries. Now, coming to your own generation, thank God I'm in between two. I'm just few months from being 60. But I would like to say that I think you should start from cradle. The mad rush of taking your children to school at the age of 1.5. It's the beginning of the menace that we have. The best education any child can ever have is the one that is given within the confine of the home. So the moral education should start from individual homes. We may not be able to influence you anymore, but you can start influencing the children and your own grandchildren as well. Teaching them the right thing to do so that we can get back to those days when your neighbor can correct your child and you take a police to go and arrest your neighbor for disciplining your child. There's an adage in Yoruba there, in your Colombian more, when you are born by a parent, it takes the community to raise the child, but it's not so anymore. You'll be told, I was watching, social media, there was a little girl that was being corrected in the United Kingdom, and she looked at the woman and told her to shut up. No respect of anything. So you begin to wonder, it starts with even the language you speak to your children. As much as you want them to learn English, begin to speak. There are some things you don't say to others. They must learn it too. There's difference between O and E, but in English, it's all the same. All in the name of, I don't know if you've seen this video of the lady, saying that she didn't have any apology, an African, saying that she has no apology about her accent if you say I'm not speaking Queen's English. But don't blame me. Don't call it my dialect vernacular. It's not. That's the tongue, my mother tongue. So what I'm trying to say here is, please don't let it end here.
Yes, ma'am.
We also have people that go about to do some of those things that you have mentioned.
Yes, ma'am.
But we can bring people of like greater minds together. Some people influencing our community influencing the nation,
Yeah.
in general. There are people that are already doing that in the background. So we can get them to now have a better platform to do it. And it will be wider, because if you have 2-3 people, for example, desiring to put a smile, you see some guys that will just go get somebody that is selling plantain, and then it's still part of it.
Yeah.
So there's a way we should be able to bring all of these things together so that it can be a bigger platform where we can reach out to our community as a large, as at large.
Yes, ma'am.
And also like to say this, please, I look forward to you putting up stuff on your Instagram or any other handle that you have, so we can follow your activities, and then we can find a way that we can, Baba Teti fail. Let's find a way of correcting so that we can do a bit of restitution. Well, before I left service, the younger generation that were brought in were asking me as a principal accountant, but I was on ground. And I wonder, is calculator and paper? Because they had the mindset that when you come into the civil service, you're coming in to steal. So many of them left the department because they were not getting anything. So it's not just my generation, even yours.
Yeah.
The 40 bracket, there are some that very far from your reasoning.
Yes, ma'am.
But I can relate with so many things they are saying, saying things that I personally am also interested in. Please give us forum that we can get to know what you do part-time, so that we can find a way of making our contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. As we begin to wrap up, I can see hands in the room. There are certain people that I would like to call. I know Dr. Toby. Did I get your room right, Doctor? Is it
Yes,
Toby?
yes,
Dr.
you're
Toby,
correct.
just hold on. There are certain people in the room. I have some of my colleagues here, the head of strategy for Modo Anti and MD CEO of SDGC. I know that, so you will have something to say, Mr. Francis. I just want us to, because the kitchen people, they've told us to give them 20 minutes. Are you ready? It's formal and informal now, so we will round up. Any meeting where you're also serving lunch and dinner, everything is joined together. So, the room is open for certain conversations to happen. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon. It's not even a marathon. It's a title. That thing, can you come along? That one that you run, you go and swim again. That one. That's what it is. All right. So, Dr. Toby, you wanted to say something. She's out of the room, right? All right. She's out of the room. Mr. Kabir is here. I cannot. Hello, Aloy. Okay, Dr. Toby.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
I came really late because I saw this program this morning, but immediately I saw it, something just sticks in my heart that I had to be here. My client had an emergency. I ran to do all that, and I said I would still get here. I sent my assistant here. I told her, take notes. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm very proud of you because I know that it can be a very lonely journey. I'm a medical doctor, and we all know that the trend is that once you finish school, start to write the exams and leave the country. And I never did that. When I was doing my house job, I was just really confused. What do I want to do? And that confusion landed me in the hospital. And then at that point, I was alone with myself, and I could think. And I finally was able to think about the problems I had seen that were causing me pain. And from that pain, I started up my business, which is the medical concierge. And I registered it in my name, drtoby.com. I tried to get Dr. Toby, was already taken. I said, okay, no. And then I remember then the nurse used to joke, drtoby.com. And she would laugh. Until when I registered that website, did that thing. When people see it now, they're like, if you can check it on your phone, doctobi.com. People ask me, who is funding this? I say, no, it's my salary. I do a 9 to 5. And whatever money I get as gifts, I put it in it. And for me, it's about the fact that, and that's why when I saw the school children, I was so happy. It's the fact that I think that nobody's teaching people anymore that you need to put back into where you have gotten trained. You need to pull back into the country where you have been given birth to. You need to pull back into the system that has put into you. We know what medical school is in Nigeria. We know how we get trained compared to people abroad. I know my friends that have gone to school abroad, and I know how they got trained. If you think about it, we're partially getting trained for free. And rather than give back to that system, we're running away.
Yeah.
And when somebody was talking, I got in and I heard that conversation. I'm scared right now. I keep saying to everybody, very soon we'll see people dropping dead on the road because we don't have manpower. The drugs are crazy expensive. For my own drugs, because I take some medications. I don't know, everybody can act like they are all fine. I'm not fine. I take some medications monthly. And when I buy my supplies, I'm just like, yesterday I bought a supply of 156,000 from an wholesaler, wholesale retail store. And in my head, I'm like, if you don't have money, how are you doing this? So one thing I was putting things together when he was talking. A lot of conversations happen, and I really don't. So when the GPS lab person was talking, I was really happy. We go to Onga every year, we spend a lot of money. At the end of the day, there's no impact. We say we are doing SDG. SDG goes 1, 2, 5, 10, 11, 20. I'm not seeing anything. Those things irritate me. I don't go to those events. But in events like this, I feel like if we have gotten people to sit in the room, a lot of people have left. But I don't want us to just leave. Can we get commitment from people in this room? Can you give us a list of the things that you want to do? I, for one, is going to suggest something that we should do, which is outreach. Medical outreach. People are sick. People can't buy their inhalers. People are dropping dead from heat exhaustion because they can't even afford to drink quality water. We are having cholera in 2025. I work in public health. That's my main area of work, apart from my business. We're having cholera in a metropolitan city like Lagos in 2024. That's a shame. And it makes us know that there's a problem. But rather than face the problem, we're all acting like we're speaking grammar, we're having committees, we're having referendums, and that we know we're wasting our time. So I was going to say to Mr. Aduyaju, if we can actually get the commitment of everybody, or better, if we can't do it right here, right now, we can itemize a couple of things that we can do. This is November. December is coming. Let's take one or two things that will say, oh, as the collective force, after this meeting, we did this. I was going to suggest that we do an outreach, a medical outreach. And that's because that's my expertise. I plan that for organizations. I can show you a video of the one I did for Access Bank. I plan that for organizations for a fee, but I'll give my expertise for that at no cost. Of course, you pay the personnel, you buy the drugs and all that. I'll help you get the drugs at the best possible price, but I'll plan it for free. Just choose the location anywhere in Nigeria. That's my own contribution.
Thank you.
So I would like everybody to pick something that they are contributing to.
Thank you.
When she was saying something, it just boils down to the fact that people ask me a lot, you don't have value for money. I walked into a Samsung store to buy a charger, and then I realized that, oh, they had lost the guy that used to help me then. And I said, oh, can I call his number? And then I called and the wife picked, and I sent her some money. And everybody is looking at me, and I'm like, at the end of the day, year today, gone tomorrow. That money you are saving, you might not see tomorrow to spend that money. I'm on leave right now. I was going to travel with that money. And my cousin told me all the problems she had, and I sent it to her. And she's looking at me like, you must be mad. And in my mind, I'm like, what if I travel on that trip and I don't even make it there? The plane crashes, you don't even get there. Makes no sense. We are saving money for the future that you're not even sure you're going to partake in. And your neighbor is hungry, is going to bed hungry. I feel the problem we have as a country is selfishness. And it hurts me so bad. One thing I take from my parents is contentment. My parents don't have a lot, but they are content. And I took that from my parents. I might not have a lot, but I'm content. I wear my nice t-shirts, wear whatever I have. I wear it with poise, and I'm content. And I feel like that's the issue that we have with young ones. Nobody is content anymore. Everybody's flaunting wealth, and they're looking for how to get wealth, and they will do anything to get wealth.
Yeah.
So if we are only 20 or 40 in this room, and we start in our little corner, do what we can do.
Yeah.
Of course, I heard the old government thing. Yes, I can help you govern. I work with the Lagos State government, so I can help you galvanize some Lagos State government efforts with the SDG and all that. But you need to show workings. I tell people, show workings. Let's see what you are doing.
Yeah.
We come every day, we sit down, we do. I went to Abuja, I had an SDC meeting. It was stressful. We stayed for 1 week, strategizing, writing paper, work plan. I'm just like, people should stop all these things. Stop wasting money. We fly to Abuja, we'll go and write paper. We'll go and write, what are we doing?
That's the point. Yeah.
And that's what, when he said it's hunger, that particular program annoys me. Because the million that goes into that program, if you spend it, when I say million of dollars, I'm not saying naira. If we spend it in those countries that need help,
yeah,
we would make a lot more impact.
More impact.
And
yeah.
something I was say in closing
Yeah.
is that. So actually, I was planning a program for my alumni school because I met a classmate of mine yesterday. Okay, so she's my assistant. She's a medical student, but I like to take them with me, like see what I'm doing, just shadow me, and see if when you finish school is what you want to do. If not, it's not what you want to do. It's fine. You can try 20 things before you decide what you want to do.
Yeah.
So when somebody was saying it, you can pick one person in your neighborhood, or in your field, or in your sphere of influence, and mentor them.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
A lot of times we are waiting for when I have $1 billion. If you can't give when you have 10 naira, when you have $1 billion, you won't give.
You won't do that.
So if we say we want to do this outreach, we can all sit down in our corner and say, oh, I will give 50,000. Oh, I will give drugs. Oh, I will give table and chairs. I will give water. I will give, and we can do something in December.
Yeah.
December is a hard time for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Some women don't look forward to December because they can't even buy clothes for their children. And some of us have clothes. I just started telling myself, anything you have not worn from January to date, bring it out. I just started doing that when I got on my leave. I started giving it out. Whatever you have not worn from December to date, and you are saying when it enters or when, give it out. Start with that.
Thank you.
If we do all that together, do an outreach, give food, give this, we'll do, that will be something.
Thank you, Dr. Toby. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Toby literally has notes.
No. I didn't want to forget a lot of things. So I've said outreach, I've said give back, I've said, okay, so the privilege thing. You said something about your children not knowing about anything. And in my head, I'm like, I love that. I have a friend that his children will write down the list of where they want to go to. And they say, oh, I'm meeting my friend in London. We also want to go to Canada. My cousin's children will say, my mom is rich. My cousin is going through a hard time. But they'll tell you, my mom is rich. And I'll be like, that's nice. Your mom is very rich. I like that mindset. I was telling her earlier, one of the things that has shaped me is when I was in medical school, I had uncles that would expose me to luxury life. They'll take me on a Sunday when I'm saying I'm tired of medical school, I want to leave. They'll take me to Southern Sunday, have lunch. So now, food is nothing to me. I can use my last money and go and eat buffet.
All right.
And feel good.
Yeah.
Some people, it's privilege.
Yeah.
Let these children be exposed to it so that when they get out, it's nothing to them. And another thing it does is it forces you to work. When they increase buffet to 30K, I'm like, okay, we need to increase the work so that we can afford this. I don't know about anybody, it forces me to work.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you, Dr. Toby.
So that's the privilege.
Thank you.
There's a lot more to say, but I think that we'll have this other time and we'll keep talking. The conversation can never end here.
The conversation doesn't end. And one thing that I notice is that whenever anybody is speaking, you know, if someone else is speaking, you think that, oh, when is your turn? You won't talk that long. Let me give you the mic. Just let me give you the mic now. Please let me pass the mic to Mr. Kabir. I want us to have lunch. We have to go. We're done, literally. We have pledge cards that we wanted to pass around. But, you know, this thing is not about, it's not about those of us in this room. This is a moment of overcoming inertia, of something that we just have to do it. You know, so it's not a thing of, oh, okay, NGO, we pledge, the money will come. We will do the work. Africa will be developed. Africa was very developed. Development, civilization came from Egypt and Ethiopia. And it's this narrative that they sell to you that, you know, you are backward and you ate it. But that's not where we're going. Mr. Kabir, do you want to say anything? I know. You want to say anything?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I was struggling not to talk, but since you called my name,
I have to call you now. You know now. You know how we do this thing.
Then you start begging me to take the mic.
No, but don't take the mic.
Okay.
Because I know you can train us for 1 year. No. You will not say something twice.
No training.
Okay.
First, I want to appreciate this effort. I'm sure there are plenty of us in this room that must have been dreaming, okay, I want to do this, I want to do that. And and I also want to believe that in our corners, maybe some of us are also doing something. What attracted me here is, can we pull those, like you said, force together? Instead of or doing it everywhere and all of that. I would just suggestion that maybe you need to add one more pillar, and I will call it influencing the influencers. I was sharing with him that if we don't find a way to influence the influencers, our work will be very difficult. And a major block there is our religious leader, our pastors. If you're a pastor here, our imam, sorry if you are one here, I'm a Muslim. I'll tell you a very funny story. My dad is a sheikh, and I'm proud to say that. When I arrived Lagos, plenty years back now, of course, because some of the people where I landed found myself, some of them know Omoshe today and all of that. So a couple of them from Marcus, from MAD, those are probably the two biggest learning centers where they train people that become Afar and Imam. They start flocking around me. So I said, okay, you know what? You want to share from knowledge of I will share. Let's meet every Saturday. We did not do 6 weekends before it stopped. And shockingly, do you know why it stopped? A lot of them was coming around me, okay, what we were trained is hadwa, prayer. Okay, if you have this, do this prayer for this, do this one for. I can give you 1 million of that if you want. That's what we learned. So what you have is that these people had the people. When I have a case in my hand now, I spend the first 2 hours of today trying to help a marriage not to break. And who is breaking the marriage? Their pastor. So these are the people that become our leaders. These are people we say yes, daddy to. Our fathers, our imam. As a matter of fact, I did a proposal to GOG when they were looking for impact project, but I'm not sure they understand. Maybe they are reviewing it with the sense of US or something. But for me, if you don't find a way to influence these guys, okay, and if I will spend 10 years or a priest or something, spend X, Y, Z, graduate, become a leader in a church, in a mosque, it's influencing thousands of people, if not millions. If there's issue in the community, is the one that they will take the case to. When there are problems in the family, it's this same fellow they will take this same issue to. But these guys, guess what? Have no training whatsoever about leadership. Has no training whatsoever about economics. Have no training whatsoever about entrepreneurship. So what advice will he give to us? So it is typically deficient. And for me, so maybe you want to create a pillar, and let's call it influencing the influencer. And the solution is not difficult. You go to, I can speak at least to the Muslim part. You go to MAD, you go to Marcus, you go to all of these big centers where they train. They don't really have proper training to groom these guys to become the leader they are supposed to become. So you learn Arabic. So what the hell does that mean? You can speak Arabic. What does that mean? You can read the Quran. You can do it. What would that do? The major work you do is that you are influencing people.
You're developing people.
People will come to you. You will advise them about their family. But even you don't even have substance. Sorry, that you are going to influence them. So you have that pillar. Maybe our musicians, our movie actors. See, for me, if we can work around that, and there was a time I volunteered, I told them in Marcus, you know what? If you guys don't mind, I will come once a month to help you guys. I push entrepreneur in the front, so that makes sense to them. That at least when you graduate, and you see here, farmers away, Olomaje Kin carpenter. What's the so Ofe Kyo Ko Torowo, Abofe Kyo Ko Shogunwo, that's the one that makes sense. So as we go on this journey, maybe we want to add that leg to it. Yeah. Influencing the influencer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to call Adeshola up to round up this event now.
So we have one more person in the house who's going to be spending the next 3 minutes. Kemi, please can we get a microphone across to her?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for, giving me the mic. I'm not going to.
Please, can somebody help her real quick? And if you don't mind, come closer so we can put you on.
Thank you. So I wanted to speak, touch a bit on a bit of what he said earlier and what the convener said. Thank you to Mr. Adeyanju, where he is now, for this thing. Basically, I just wanted to talk about the energy thing you talked about, the waste thing. Personally, I do the whole recycling thing, and it's something that I've taught my nieces like over the years, where we now carry plastic bottles, we keep it. And I just don't know if there's a part in Lagos where we are turning those waste to actual energy, electricity, the waste to electricity thing. Because those things do, like at the end of the day, we now don't have to, our grid does not have to collapse every 3 market days because we're now generating electricity from waste and also from the actual waste like poo and all of that stuff. I know Lagos State government is doing a lot of work with trying to get all of this into waste, but are we turning that into, electricity that would eventually help everyone? Then the lady she also said something about putting the things, the point of the collective force, I believe, is to bring, a lot of resources that we have together and to help people. So yes, there's SDGs, there's this, there's that. Everybody, and at the end of the day, everybody's NGO is to a particular purpose, and I believe to raise grants, right? Is it coming back to people that really need it, or is it just a facade, right? So you have something that you've not been using. That's personally, I wanted to do something that if you have like outfits in your house that you've not worn, like she said, in a year, 6 months, 16 months, give it out to people that need it. We also have like appliances in our houses that say that you're not going to use it. Maybe one of those things are things that you just bought because a family friend or something was selling it. Do we have a platform where everyone brings this thing to and we're able to give it to the people that actually need it? Then for collective force, I also think awareness, right? What is the plan for awareness for the collective force? Because if we're doing this, or if this CCF is doing this and people don't really know, how do we help? Or how do people help? So I think that awareness thing, because aside the fact that Deshola told me about this, I had never heard anything about it. So if this is the goal for the community, then we need to spread the word. Because aside the fact that you want to do this, people don't know about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kemi. So Kemi has literally, picked excerpts from what everyone and single person has said. I want to believe you have a conversation with Dr. Odunsi sometime during lunch or something. However, I think that is the goal of what we're doing here. The collective, it's not an individual thing. It's a accumulation of efforts. It's a combination of, different strengths. Dr. Toby talked about healthcare, circular economy. He talked about history and, arts and culture. Mr. Cabral talked about, he talked about, now that skips my head. Just influence, exactly, like influencing the influencers, which is, utmostly, you think about it, we have the bottom billion, and then we have the top folks. And these top folks, the bottom billion is looking up to these top folks. They are looking up to you to give them, oh, sir, you open your car. They're like, oh, good afternoon, sir. Like, it's everywhere. And if we're not making a conscious effort to influence the actual influencers, we don't know what we're doing. Interestingly, if you go through the brochure, it's just that Mr. Kabir has decided to name it a, nice name. It's ingrained in, the objectives. It's like we have these leaders, we have people that they've had opportunities to explore the world. They know what is obtainable in, the West and all of that. And then you still come here. I think Dr. Toye also spoke about that. And because anything goes. So they abide by certain rules in the West, outside the country, and then they come here and it's just again, anything goes. So ensuring that we as a collective put our resources together, our strengths together, and then make this change that we also desire, because it's evident that everyone and single person in this room is after the same thing. I want to believe so, right? Right? Yes. So let's, it's beyond this room. Let's make it a collective thing such that we're able to impact ourselves first before we impact the world at large. Thank you so much to everyone and single person that was a part of this event today. We very much appreciate you for taking out time. We've spent, literally the whole day here. And it's been very insightful to all of our speakers, to those that came far and wide, to those that joined virtually, from the island, from the mainland, from the overseas. Thank you so, so much to everybody, to all demographics. We had the Gen Zs. I don't think, maybe it's only the alpha generation we have here. We had, the millennials, we had the octogenarians, we had all of these people. Thank you so much for being a part of this. However, the work has just started, and let's collectively do this. Again, I thank you for coming to the Collective Forces pre-launch discourse. My name is Adeshola Ajbari, and it was an absolute delight to be your host for this event. Please put your hands together. Oh yeah, it's time for lunch. Let's go and eat. Let's everybody go and eat. Please, let's move to the back of the room to have lunch. We have a spread, have anything you want. We have food, eat and eat and eat till you can do no more.